sing, oh, oh, China doll, oh, China doll, oh, China doll, oh, China doll. Welcome to Flow State.
Hello.
When me and Jim did a picture show, we used to say, if you're tuning in for the replay, because we know people usually aren't there to hear the very beginning.
We apologize for that.
I make no apologies. Snake Jones says, don't apologize.
Okay.
It's hard for me. It's hard for me not to apologize. I'm inclined to be very considerate of other people's feelings and feel like I'm stepping on people's toes. It's really because I'm an insane wild man. Jim could attest to that. He used to buy me a lot of beers and see the true uninhibited nature of Sean drunk. And so it's probably a good thing I remain somewhat reserved.
Hilarious.
Putting some links out now to people so they know we're live and they don't miss a thing. Who sings that song in that movie about the big, is it a comet or asteroid's gonna hit Earth, and they're like, I don't want to miss a thing.
Aerosmith sings it. I don't I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. Was that
Deep
I
Impact?
don't remember the name. It might have been.
Independence Day?
No, there's no asteroid named Independence Day, is there?
Oumuamua was in Independence Day.
Liv Tyler.
I live for Tyler.
When you
And,
said
Tyler.
Deep Impact, and I thought of someone being really badly constipated.
Nope.
This is the flow state. We let it all out.
on the asteroid and drill deep down and drop some explosives and shit.
Do we have any fashion designers? I need something to wear.
I work with leather. Do you want a leather
No,
vest?
I want Alan in full leather tuxedo. If I
Do
have
you
my
want
choice.
me in a leather vest, or would you prefer denim? Jeans, maybe acid wash?
You know, a denim jacket and denim jeans up here. That's called a Canadian tuxedo. We can do one. of those.
Addendum to the meeting notes tonight. We have a lot of announcements to make, including remember to wear pants. We're live. Or something nice. People can see you.
Put some pants on, or perhaps not.
It's your choice,
Yeah,
really.
totally your choice.
Is anyone on Twitter or Instagram to tweet the
I
link?
remember.
Oh yeah, I should tweet this out and stuff. Huh?
You guys are cool.
I'm gonna go on Twitter and drop the link. You guys ready for some N bombs in here or what?
Maybe give it another 10 minutes.
Get some more trolls.
Should we wait a couple more minutes before we invite the Zoomers in?
Zoom, baby, zoom.
Yeah, and I didn't. I went to Santana, so I didn't get to see this week's spiders yet. And I feel the true pressure of being an audience member this week because I missed the broadcast, and so then I look and it's like, oh, there it is, and it says that it's 5+ hours, and my finger's like, oh my god, and it's like, Sean, you don't have to watch it all. You can skip around. You can watch it on 2x, and my brain
Sean,
is still doing that thing, you know.
Sean, we apologize. We didn't even take an intermission. It was 5 hours of flowing.
There was no intermission?
There was no time for it. We had so much to say.
I understand. I've been on those kind of episodes.
Right. So let's recap what happened in those 5 hours. Jim begins the scene. It's a movie, open scene. Jim is running to his van. He flings the door open. He gets in, trying to get his engine started. It's not starting. He says, I love you. I love you. We're operating on goat power tonight. And then the goats come and pull the chariot down the street. And then he goes to the gas station. He gets the gas in the van. He's got a long journey to make because I have an attaché case with important documents that I need to get to Jim. Is that about right, Jim?
Exactly how it happened.
I'm gonna go watch it now. You talked me into it, Alan.
It's a blockbuster movie.
You didn't really use goats to go get gas, did you?
Oh yeah, definitely goat power, baby.
So wait, do you have your thing set up so that you can ride it around like Charlton Heston and Ben-Hur?
Of course.
Obviously.
I love that you're going with it. Welcome to Flow State, where we never lie, nor do we exaggerate. Thanks for asking.
Yeah,
Never.
I hired a 72 goat team. to pull me. An epic 72 miles an hour.
Goat power Jim has with his van is incredible.
Sled.
We talked about mandala affected individuals.
That's a lot
There's
of
a clip
goat
of that.
It's a lot of goat.
Mhm.
and milk. Can you imagine milking 70 goats in the morning?
I can imagine it. My mom has like 50 now, Jim. She's like she's got a goat for every week of the year.
I love
Awesome.
20 goat ladies. I'm gonna
So
be
she
one
is.
in like 10 years,
Goats are the best.
maybe 5 if I can.
Be right back.
Yeah, so my idea earlier, well, Jim's away. Here's the idea, right? We're all work on hatchets, and like Easter's coming up, and now instead of having an Easter egg hunt, we'll all bury hatchets and then we'll go and dig them up, and it'll be like a hatchet hunt for Easter morning. How does that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Unbury the hatchet or bury it.
Well, yeah, I've got like a promo for our reunion episode. You guys can see this there. Let me rewind it. I'm trying to get this animated. Do you see the
Why
Easter reunion?
12:21?
One big happy family. Weaving Spiders welcome Easter reunion Sunday, 12:21 a.m., April 17, 2022. Prepare for a hair-raising event.
Why 12:21?
It's a good time. I like those numbers. You know, we're gonna start streaming Saturday, right? Let's watch that again. We begin the stream on Saturday night, April 16th. And then we go into Sunday morning, and this is Easter morning. So obviously it's going to be the Easter reunion special and Weaving Spiders welcome. I mean, this is my idea. I'm presenting it to you. If you want to veto it, remember, I'm all love Marcus. So I appreciate all your love.
Haha.
Puppy.
Hoy hoy.
What's up,
But
champ?
Chance
Oh,
Barton,
hoy,
There's
hoy.
Chance.
The hair
Yeah.
What
raising
up?
event.
Welcome, Dakota.
Yo.
Alan asked me to get you in here.
Yes, I'm so glad this works out well.
I'm so grateful.
hey, how familiar are you guys with Emily Moyer?
Yeah, Muy interested in Emily Moyer materials.
Because she keeps kind of syncing up and falling into my random content imbibing lap. And then, so I have a friend who I meet with every week in accountability. Like her and I just have been get together for the last couple of years and making lists, and it helps to get stuff done and it helps take the pressure off. It's interesting, you know. If you don't have a random accountability partner, I recommend it. But she said she thought that Emily might be like a right fit for some of the stuff we're doing. So I messaged her today and she seems interested. And so I sent her the Jerry Marzinski episode. But if you guys have a better recommendation or any input at all as we develop this idea to see if Emily Moyer maybe wants to come on to Weaving Spiders Welcome, she of course could come on this broadcast also. But just wanted to
That's
drop
a
that out
sync,
there real
Sean,
quick.
because I don't remember who it was, but somebody just this week was telling me Emily Moyer in her glass bead game thing with Michael Wan really correlates to Weaving Spiders energy.
She said that I've been showing up in her feeds too. So, I mean, we don't really need, you know, we can make a sign out of nothing. We've got Gabriel. We can make a sign out of nothing that becomes more of something than the Washington Monument, you know, if we want to. So,
I got an extra sign because we have a double Emily sync because I just had an Emily on Vibrant. And after we ended the broadcast, Mario wanted us to hang back, me and Gabriel, to talk about some spooky castration symbolism he was digging into. And then it turned out Emily stayed in there. It was actually, he was showing us that image that we did not show, but we talked about on the Lost Weave number 63. And as we got into it, it turned out that this other Emily had a lot of depth of knowledge on that particular dark subject and could also be a weaving spider candidate for a future guest too. So maybe a couple Emily's coming up. She said she was game for it.
Yeah. And I have been catching some of her content. She's got some amazing stuff. She's got, well, I've noticed that she's starting to load stuff up on Rockfin, so that's a good thing. If anybody that's involved with the backside of Rockfin is listening, I'm still totally willing to jump on there if you guys want to greenlight me, but I haven't heard back from when I made my application. But, you know, so she does have stuff behind a paywall, but the one I listened to had so many like really vibratory relational things about how I think how the invisible weird powers, whether they be discarnate or actual human beings or something in between, you know, I think they find people that they know are going to have things happen in their lives or that are, they're just ripe for synchronicity or ripe for magical energy. And they follow them around and kind of excavate around them and try to maybe line up situations and then take advantage of it. And then you see the paralleling happen where they've kind of snatched your vibe. They've loosed you, as some people would say. And it goes on and on. You know, Tracy Twyman described this to me, that she thought that they had definitely taken some of her writing and made it into television shows and made it into other production things. And when she was negotiating with people, they would always be kind of leading her down a rabbit hole of trying to make free content for them. And, you know, and she talks about a lot of that kind of stuff with one specific guy that's really even, he's in pretty deep with the Church of the Subgenius, like it seemed like. And he's produced a whole bunch of music since way back, like maybe into the 80s. I don't remember his name right now. I'm sorry, but I can make sure to dig this up in a second and drop it. I'll drop it over in the Spiders channel so that people have at least that Emily Moyer interview to check out if they want. So
beautiful. And I just like to remind people, we are culture creators tonight. We are creating the culture that we want to consume. We're making art for each other, producing content for our friends together. And if anyone's listening to mine our minds for ideas and things, that's perfectly fine, because we are unlimited in our creative expression. And as soon as someone latches onto something and thinks that's the big idea, we've moved on to something even more interesting and exciting.
Yeah.
We never
Amen, brother.
run out of ideas. And in our attention economy, we don't run out of attention. We don't run out of ideas. And it just keeps flowing and flowing.
Yeah, and sometimes you see people swoop in on similar content, and it's just a nice synchronicity and a flow. And sometimes maybe it is needy, and they're just kind of trying to generate content by piggybacking. But I just like you, Alan. I do not care. I'm perfectly happy to just keep being completely ADHD, keep making more stuff. If people want to follow along and do anything with it, great, because I'm probably not going to. So,
good example of that. Like when you get into the creation space in podcasting, you notice the other shows you like doing similar things at the same time. Me and Gordy and Gabe got into the marvelous demystifying of the newest Spider-Man film, and that had a ton to do with, it was all about multiverse. And the only two podcasts I've listened to in full today, the newest Higher Side Chats and the newest Mysterious Universe, both were covering multiverse topics. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Another thing, I haven't done a reading for a while on here, and while we were at the 19 Feathers Farm being hosted by the incredible Snake Jones and family.
That's still
cool
there,
looking,
nice.
Sean. No, we're not still there. Gabe's over at my house right now, though. We're broing out. And Gabriel gifted me Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge. So I'd like to do a read of that and maybe continue it week to week till we finish it, kind of like Kaylee's doing and Martin's doing.
Excellent.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. And to go back to what Sean was saying, I think he was naming somebody who might be a Gothic music artist. I have a new slide that I'm preparing. Can you see this here? We are Weaving Spiders Welcome, and
nice.
Gothic freaks are allowed every Saturday night. So
yeah,
trip out with your pants on.
Goth, sorry to interrupt you, but Goth IHOP is a thing. And if there's anyone involved with Goth IHOP that ever catches one of these, please hit us up. We want Goth IHOP and Weaving Spiders or FlowState to meet for sure. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, just saying, I can do black leather for you. Okay.
I was a vampire freak. I probably still have profiles, plural, on vampirefreaks.com.
Nice.
Nice.
Be fun to find those. Good luck.
Uh-oh. Clickety, clickety, click, click, click.
So Martin, what's going on? I know you.
I was gonna say it looks like
Gene
Simmons on that guy's pants. Oh no. I tried to find a postcard to send you guys. I probably stopped at, I don't know, 12, 15 different shops, whatever. I couldn't find one. So I'm gonna write a letter tonight.
Nice.
Martin, I haven't heard you reflect on the overall experience of our grand meeting.
Oh, it was wonderful. A little anxious at first, I guess, maybe, just going down, meeting new people, whatever. But Snake and his family were so gracious, and it was fun. I mean, we had that big bonfire, it was going the whole weekend. Camping by the pond, with the frogs singing, the tree frogs singing in the night. That was, whistling. They whistle. They don't sing. It was just great. And then the climbing, we went climbing at Elephant Rock Park, State Park, was it? Wow. Got to climb with, all you guys. That was so fun, just hanging out on the rocks. It's an old quarry. They got what type of rock was it? Granite. It's like a reddish granite, but they built basically all those beautiful old buildings in St. Louis and Kansas City from rocks from that quarry, and probably some others in that area too. Just a beautiful spot. Fun. I haven't climbed for a long time, so it was fun to do that again and explore. It was just cool stuff. You could see the marks in the granite. And there was a big pond, where they dug out all the rocks and the water. Court, you can't swim there. Stay out of the water. I wanted to jump in. It would have been cold, but it looked like it was pretty deep too. I bet it would have been fun anyway. It was cold. The weather's been really weird. Has anybody else been noticing this?
Only for the last 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah, true. True that.
Shoot.
Yeah, but lately it's just like constant driving wind and cold, constant, like days after days after days. It's just very strange. And I'm feeling that DOR, I can see it in the clouds now. I'm learning to reckon. Well, I've always known, I grew up in a time when we had normal skies, and I remember that. I remember those normal skies.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like now. I know. I mean, I just know because I remember. Now is you see these weird cloud formations, and at weird times of year, it's just it's a little disheartening. But then I think, well, this is the test, isn't it? What are you going to do about it? Well, I'm working on my staff, I guess, with my tuning forks and working with subtle energies like undines. And I was showing Rachel and Gabriel, and I think I showed you too, Chance, didn't I? The books that I brought that I've been reading, they're Steiner related. These people studied Steiner and they've written many books, working with your own subtle energy in tandem with the earth, like you'll mirror yourself. There will be a shadow of yourself underneath you. This is and I'm just learning this stuff, so I don't have it down yet. I've practiced once with a tree, and that was a few days ago. I need to get back out there, but the weather's been brutal. Whatever. I'm tired from that trip too. Hey, I'm getting old. No, but yeah, that experience was so great to be with you guys, Chance, and it's great to see you again, Chance. I really I like it when we can get together. It might sound weird, but when we parted and we hugged each other, I got that your energy there. I could just feel that Chance energy, and it just energizes me, really gives me good energy. I felt that, and it carried with me, I've been feeling it the last couple days after I left. So yeah, it was wonderful.
Good thing there was no 6 feet apart rule.
Yeah,
Right
right.
back at you, man. Right back at you. All this stuff you just said, totally. That was a legendary hug. It's kind of a shame that we reserve those for the greeting and the parting. We should all just be in way more energetic contact. I feel like it's very healthy.
Yeah, I don't do that. I hug all the time. I just hug people. I do ask. I've gotten better in my older age to be like, oh, you don't want to be touched and stuff. So I only get to hug you when we see each other, and then again when we leave, and that's it. And you got to negotiate with them. You can sneak hugs on people too. You just rush up and hug them. But most people can't stop you even if they want to. If you come with the right energy, just put a hug on their ass. Watch them and watch them. Watch their face and their eyes and what they're doing with their hands, and just wait till they drop their guard and just hug them up. See what they do.
That's awesome.
If it turns into a fight, you'll probably hug again at the end. I'm gonna mute again. Sorry, but yeah, I
Offer
agree.
them a firm handshake, pull them in, and give them the back pat hug.
That's right. That's a minimum. That's a bare minimum.
Mhm.
You could at least touch the other hand. If you shake their hand and pull them to you a little bit and touch the other hand, that's a powerful handshake, right?
That's
Well,
beautiful.
the next opportunity. Okay, you go first, Kaylee. I won't forget.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for sharing with such vulnerability. Like that touches me in my heart. You know what I mean? To hear other people being vulnerable like that and sharing openly about that kind of stuff. So thank you for your honesty.
Yeah.
Love you, buddy. I was just going to throw out there the next opportunity for a meetup is in May. I'm going to be selling art and doing a biofield anatomy workshop at a transformational arts festival. It's going to have tons of healers and holistically minded teachers, yoga instruction, music all afternoon and evening, lots and lots of really good music, tons and tons of artists. It's called Reconnection, and the Reconnection is spelled with a K. So it's like kin and also kinetic. And that's going to be right 30-40 minutes outside of St. Louis, not too far. And I believe the dates are May 19th to the 22nd, something like that. Totally worth the trip, totally worth the time. I've been to other events by these organizers. Very safe environment, not party centric in terms of the intent behind the event, although, people do what they do. There is a level of safety. I won't say security because you're not going to get shook down by some thuggish outside company that they hire for security. But there is a safety in the sense that people are so comfortable out there at the event that there are just kids and dogs running around without supervision. And Dakota just shared a link to it in our Zoom chat.
It's in the YouTube too right now. It's just on
Thank you. Nice. I'm not at my computer. That is a nice help there.
Yeah, is anyone saying anything interesting in our chats? I'm trying to put on my hat, and then I'm trying to check the chat, and then I'm trying to not rhyme with every quatrain. It's kind of a pain to speak openly and not have a script and not have this is our dress rehearsal for Saturday night. So does everybody have their costumes? They've all been fitted?
Sure. Yeah. It's my hoodie. My back. It's what we do around here.
I do think one of these nights we will do like a dramatic table read of some Shakespearean play or something. Maybe that would be a fun idea. We have enough people with voices and microphones that can transmit the sound of their voice. We could do a table read of something, some dramatic reading.
I'd like to see a choose your own Shakespeare adventure as a theatrical script.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That would be very interesting.
Just, since we'd be reading and not having to learn lines for 8 possible varying stories, I think we could do it. That would be a good thing to construct.
Yeah, we could also do movies. You know, we could choose a movie and just get the screenplay for the movie, and then just choose a character and read the lines of the movie.
Let's do Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail.
That could be fun. I was thinking maybe a Bruce Willis movie. What's that one where they sing "I Don't Want to Miss a Thing"? That would be fun to reenact. Or we could do Stargate, or something unexpected and entertaining.
Something that everyone relates to. I was thinking Holes. Holes would be cool to read the
Oh,
script. Yeah,
Yeah, we could do the Roald Dahl movie adaptation of Matilda. Who would play Matilda? That would be something
Matilda.
people would compete
I think
over.
Rachel should play Matilda.
I was hoping that Martin would play Matilda.
Sure, I'll play Matilda. How about Zardoz?
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
You've already got the mustache for that, Martin.
I will not go to level 2 with you.
Me to level 2. We could combine the Jesse Ventura action picture of Abraxas, and we could describe the anti-life equation, and we're looking for the comet. You guys have not seen that one? After Zardoz, I was like, guys, there's a movie about Abraxas starring Jesse the Body Ventura,
Wow.
and he has to find the comet to get the anti-life equation. We could do a stage play reproduction of Abraxas, I think.
That sounds
could-
great.
We
could
got to
do-
invite Homie Romy.
Oh, yes.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, he's the life of the party, isn't he?
That's hilarious.
He showed up to Vibrate tonight with a whole poem to open with voice acting and everything. Dude's a champion. I think Jack Black just was ripping off Homie Romy.
With that same theory, SB, I don't know SB's name. I'm still
John,
John was just talking about how
like Puffy Combs. Like,
But he also just goes by SB a lot, so it's interchangeable.
gotcha.
yeah, of
And there-
course.
Yeah, my name is Sean Bryan. Sean Bryan Aldridge.
Ryan. Sean was
But,
just talking about that earlier. The how
Yeah, the idea that they're following people around and feeding off of their ideas and paralleling
Mhm.
their stories for commercial gains and all this bullshit. Absolutely true. I think it's
I
true.
didn't know it was Brian.
Yeah, Bryan. I got Scotch Irish roots in case it doesn't show.
Ryan.
So maybe Monty Python and the Life of Sean Bryan.
Sure.
That would be a fun one.
Yeah, I immediately imagine myself as Matilda, so maybe I shouldn't play her because if I'm desiring it, that'll affect my performance. So maybe I'll choose someone else. I'll read Danny DeVito's part.
What were the other Roald Dahl
Welcome, Gabriel.
movies?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Hey,
stay muted because I'm moving
fighters.
around, y'all.
I knew it was him because I could hear him in the other room. I could hear the phone go, recording in progress.
Welcome, Emma. Welcome, Emma, as well.
I immediately imagine myself as Matilda, so maybe I shouldn't play her because if I'm desiring it, it'll affect my performance. I'll read Danny DeVito's.
SB, are you connected to your art cam? How's your studio working? What were the other Roald Dahl?
Welcome, Gabriel.
Hey, hey. Much love, much love, everybody.
Hey, hey.
Hear the phone go, recording in progress.
So, Gabe,
Yes.
did you bring a whiteboard with you to
I
chat?
wanted to so bad. Nope, I just got my notebook and lots of pens and markers ready to go.
All right, that works, I guess.
While we were streaming just now and we were both on the same camera, I just kept thinking, there's plenty of space on that wall behind me for a whiteboard.
Gabe's gonna take a Crayola crayon and he's gonna start writing on your wall if you're not giving him what he needs, his
Worth
art
it.
supplies.
I
Welcome
say
back.
he could use a Sharpie.
Yeah, Emma, are you connected to audio? Are you with us? Welcome. Emma.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now, yes.
Okay. Yay.
Did you bring your Legos?
I did.
Legos, nice.
Awesome.
I can open it. You need a razor blade.
How
ERB.
many pieces on those things?
This one is it's a Mandalorian helmet. So let's see. 584, but then there's a number next to it that says 75,000. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 500. I doubt it's 75,000.
Wowzers.
I'm gonna get a knife to open this. The scissors are too thick.
Cool.
What are you working on, Martin?
My reading.
Okay, that's
I did a little practicing tonight. It's a good one.
I'm excited.
All right. Me too.
Yeah.
We're back in Paris.
Oh, excellent.
It's not pretty. Are you ready? Maybe I should read.
It's dramatic. Yes. Why
Absolutely.
not?
Ready.
Start us out.
Let's
Good
do it.
You're a hard act to follow, but you know.
Yeah, but I have to get up early. I don't, maybe you do too. Are you an early riser? Anybody there? I don't know how you guys do it. Stay up so late.
It's rough. Getting up, I mean.
It's ruining my life. When I first became a spider, I would manage to only stay up that one late night, and I never made it to the end. And then what happened was we started doing flow states, and so I got hit with twice a week the late night, and now I'm just like night owl, and you guys ruined my life.
I'm with you, bro. 2 nights a week. I still try to keep it managed down to just late that night and sleeping in one morning and then stay, because I get up at like 7:30 no matter what. But on days where we stay up really late, I try to bail off around 1:30 too. And if I forget and it's 3 a.m., then I'm starting to feel like I'm, 27 again or something, and just like, well, how many days have I been drinking? I don't remember.
Oh yeah, I know the feeling.
But no, I don't miss that at all. That's why I love doing this. In a way, I romanticize it that way too. That it's, hey, staying up 2 nights a week, not doing anything except for making art and hanging out with your friends, and so what? You lose a little bit of sleep. It's all good, right?
There you go. All right.
It's
I'll
all
try
good
to
unless
stay
it's
up
not.
later.
No, you don't have to. I understand, man. We appreciate you. I'm excited to hear you read, so I'm gonna mute.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do it.
Reading is the bedtime story for many spiders.
Yeah, and I'd say this is a way healthier use of time than drinking. Just saying.
I'd say you're right. All right, here we go. Zanoni, chapter 7. Qui donc t'a donné la mission d'annoncer à tout peuple que la divinité n'existait pas, quel avantage trouvais-tu à persuader à l'homme qu'une force aveugle possède et ses destinées et frapper à hasard les crimes et la vertu? Who then invested you with the mission to announce to the people that there is no God? What advantage find you in persuading man that nothing but blind force presides over his destinies and strikes haphazard both crime and virtue? And that's from Robespierre, the Discours, May 7th, 1794. It was some time before midnight when the stranger returned home. His apartments were situated in one of those vast abodes which may be called an epitome of Paris itself. The cellars rented by mechanics scarcely removed a step from paupers, often by outcasts and fugitives from the law, often by some daring writer who, after scattering amongst the people doctrines the most subversive of order, or the most libelous on the characters of priest, minister, and king, retired amongst the rats to escape the persecution that attends the virtuous. The ground floor occupied by shops, the entresol by artists, the principal stories by nobles, and the garrets by journeymen or grisettes. As the stranger passed upstairs, a young man of a form and countenance singularly unprepossessing emerged from a door in the entresol and brushed beside him. His glance was furtive, sinister, savage, and yet timorous. The man's face was of an ashen paleness, and the features worked convulsively. The stranger paused and observed him with thoughtful looks as he hurried down the stairs. While he thus stood, he heard a groan from the room, which the young man had just quitted. The latter had pulled to the door with hasty vehemence, but some fragment, probably of fuel, had prevented its closing, and it now stood slightly ajar. The stranger pushed it open and entered. He passed a small anteroom, meanly furnished, and stood in a bedchamber of meager and sordid discomfort. Stretched on the bed and writhing in pain lay an old man. A single candle lit the room and threw its feeble ray over the furrowed and death-like face of the sick person. No attendant was by. He seemed left alone to breathe his last. "Water," he moaned feebly. "Water, I parch, I burn." The intruder approached the bed, bent over him, and took his hand. "Oh, bless thee, Jean, bless thee," said the sufferer. "Hast thou brought back the physician already? Sir, I am poor, but I can pay you well. I would not die yet for that young man's sake." And he sat upright in his bed and fixed his dim eyes anxiously on his visitor. "What are your symptoms, your disease?" "Fire, fire, fire in the heart, the entrails, I burn." "How long is it since you have taken food?" "Food, only this broth. There is the basin, all I have taken these 6 hours. I had scarce drunk it ere these pains began." The stranger looked at the basin. Some portion of the contents was left there yet. "Who administered this to you?" "Who? Jean. Who else should? I have no servant, none. I am poor, very poor, sir. But no, You physicians do not care for the poor. I am rich. Can you cure me? Yes, if heaven permit. Wait but a few moments. The old man was fast sinking under the rapid effects of poison. The stranger repaired to his own apartments and returned in a few moments with some preparation that had the instant result of an antidote. The pain ceased. The blue and livid color receded from the lips. The old man fell into a profound sleep. The stranger drew the curtains round the bed, took up the light, and inspected the apartment. The walls of both rooms were hung with drawings of masterly excellence. A portfolio was filled with sketches of equal skill, but these last were mostly subjects that appalled the eye and revolted the taste. They displayed the human figure in every variety of suffering, the rack, the wheel, the gibbet, all that cruelty had invented to sharpen the pangs of death, seemed yet more dreadful from the passionate gusto and earnest force of the designer. And some of the countenances of those thus delineated were sufficiently removed from the ideal to show that they were portraits. In a large, bold, irregular hand was written beneath these drawings, "The future of the aristocrats." In a corner of the room, and close by an old bureau, was a small bundle, over which, as if to hide it, a cloak was thrown carelessly. Several shelves were filled with books. These were almost entirely the works of the philosophers of the time, the philosophers of the material school, especially the encyclopedistas, whom Robespierre afterwards so singularly attacked when the coward deemed it unsafe to leave his reign without a god. And then there's a side note for that. This sect, the encyclopedists, propagate with much zeal the doctrine of materialism, which prevails among the great and the wits. We owe to it partly that kind of practical philosophy which, reducing egotism to a system, looks upon society as a rude war of cunning, success the rule of right and wrong, honesty as an affair of taste or decency, and the world as patrimony of clever scoundrels. That's Discourses of Robespierre, May 7th, 1794. A volume lay on a table. It was one of Voltaire, and the page was open at his argumentative assertion of the existence of the Supreme Being. The margin was covered with penciled notes in the stiff but tremulous hand of old age, all an attempt to refute or to ridicule the logic of the sage of Ferney. Voltaire did not go far enough for the annotator. The clock struck 2 when the sound of steps was heard without. The stranger silently seated himself on the farther side of the bed, and its drapery screened him as he sat from the eyes of a man who now entered on tiptoe. It was the same person who had passed him on the stairs. The newcomer took up the candle and approached the bed. The old man's face was turned to the pillow, but he lay so still and his breathing was so inaudible that his sleep might well by that hasty, shrinking, guilty glance be mistaken for the repose of death. The newcomer drew back and a grim smile passed over his face. He replaced the candle on the table, opened the bureau with a key which he took from his pocket, and loaded himself with several rouleaux of gold that he found in the drawers. At this time, the old man began to wake. He stirred. He looked up. He turned his eyes toward the light, now waning in its socket. He saw the robber at his work. He sat erect for an instant, as if transfixed, more even by astonishment than terror. At last, he sprang from his bed. Just heaven, do I dream? Thou, 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 for whom I toiled and starved, thou. The robber started. The gold fell from his hand and rolled on the floor. What? He said. Art thou not dead yet? Has the poison failed? Poison, boy! Ah! Shrieked the old man and covered his face with his hands. Then with sudden energy, he exclaimed, Jean! Jean! Recall that word. Rob, plunder me if thou wilt, but do not say thou couldst murder one who only lived for thee. There, there, take the gold. I hoarded it but for thee. Go, go. And the old man, who in his passion had quitted his bed, fell at the feet of the foiled assassin and writhed on the ground, the mental agony more intolerable than that of the body which he had so lately undergone. The robber looked at him with hard disdain. What have I ever done to thee, wretch? Cried the old man. What but love and cherished thee? Thou wert an orphan, an outcast. I nurtured, nursed, adopted thee as my son. If men call me a miser, it was but that none might despise thee, my heir, because nature has stunted and deformed thee. When I was no more, thou wouldst have had all when I was dead. Couldst thou not spare me a few months or days? Nothing to thy youth, all that is left to my age. What have I done to thee? Thou hast continued to live, and thou wouldst make us no will. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, ton Dieu, thy God, fool, hast thou not told me from my childhood that there is no God? Hast thou not fed me on philosophy? Hast thou not said, be virtuous, be good, be just for the sake of mankind? But there is no life after this life. Mankind. Why should I love mankind? Hideous and misshapen, mankind jeer at me as I pass the streets. What hast thou done to me? Thou hast taken away from me. Who am? The scoff of this world, the hopes of another. Is there no other life? Well then, I want thy gold, that at least I may hasten to make the best of this. Monster! Curses the light on thy ingratitude, and who hears thy curses? Thou knowest there is no God. Mark me. I have prepared all to fly. See, I have my passport. My horses wait without. Relays are ordered. I have thy gold. And the wretch, as he spoke, continued coldly to load his person with the rouleau. And now, if I spare thy life, excuse me. And now, if I spare thy life, how shall I be sure that thou wilt not inform against mine? He advanced with a gloomy scowl and a menacing gesture as he spoke. The old man's anger changed to fear. He cowered before the savage. Let me live! Let me live! That what? I may pardon thee. Yes, thou hast nothing to fear from me. I swear it. Swear? But by whom and what, old man? I cannot believe thee. If thou believest not in any God, ha, ha. Behold the result of thy lessons. Another moment, and those murderous fingers would have strangled their prey. But between the assassin and his victim rose a form that seemed almost to both a visitor from the world that both denied, stately with majestic strength, glorious with awful beauty. The ruffian recoiled, looked, trembled, and then turned and fled from the chamber. The old man fell again to the ground, insensible. I'm a little verklempt.
Man, that's so good. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Martin.
Martin, you're the best.
You really are, hands down, the best.
That was
You
great.
could easily do that professionally.
That one got my throat, doing the assassin's voice.
Oh, you was great, man. It's not easy for me to lose that feeling of imagining that I know everything that's happening while it's happening, so I'm analyzing at the same time, you know. And it works. You read and I'm in the book, like I'm reading it myself. I love it.
Nice. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, I got a weird book of I don't know. Of course, Martin, I prefer you just read until you really don't want to anymore. So
Well,
I don't
hey.
think I'm interrupting you, but I do have a book that I had in mind because I got some free books off of Facebook, and this lady just thought they were old junky craft books, and she probably handed me almost $100 worth of old books, with some of them reasonably
Nice.
popular in their day. And as you guys know, I'm building a huge library, so it's not like I was like, oh look, I saved you guys. Now you guys owe me one. Somebody's gonna cut you up with a razor blade and pour wax on you or something.
Well, Gabriel gifted me a book too.
Oh yeah.
This weekend.
I'm excited to hear that, man.
It's
Pablo
Pablo
Oh no, this is different.
Neruda.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, I've
Gabriel.
never heard of that one.
The Captain's Verse is
Yes,
so
awesome.
awesome. I love this book.
Sweet. I knew you would, man. I'm glad you enjoyed.
What is
my
that?
wife and I have been reading it together. It's in
Yeah, I never
Spanish
heard
and
of it.
English. So one of us will read in Spanish and then the other one in English. It's fun.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. That is awesome.
Yeah, that's hot. That's awesome.
The Stargate screenplay novelization by Dean Devlin and Roland Emmerich, adapted for young readers. I read this as a young man. I love this
Nice.
Stargate. I'm trying to, this blur thing is working out here.
You should go, man. Read it.
Did I just read it from the beginning? Let's see. Initiating commencement sequence. Daniel tried to swallow while the machines around him whirred to life, and the inner ring of the Stargate started spinning. One by one, the quartz gems were released from their golden clasps. Beams of light began to flow into the empty center of the ring. As the seventh symbol was locked into place, the strange humming sound, the music of the quartz crystals blasted through the silo, shaking everything. The group stepped away from the ring. A moment later, the force field began to thicken and then splashed into the room. It hovered there for a second, defying the laws of physics. Then, once again, it was sucked violently back through the Stargate and out the other side, creating a ghostly tunnel of light. Everything is ready, the technician announced into the microphone. Prepare for final departure. And thus begins Stargate. It goes back to 8000 BC. We can jump to present day Los Angeles, which I think is 1990. Does anybody remember? 1994. 1994, Los Angeles.
That's the year I graduated from high school.
Do you remember seeing Stargate? Did you see it in theaters?
I don't think I saw it in theaters, but I definitely watched it.
It's an independent picture, and I collect all variations of the DVD, the VHS, and all the old media. And I still have this Stargate book. I'm trying to remember if this was like, I remember our public school, we'd maybe once a year or maybe twice a year, we'd go to a library and they'd have just a wide selection of books, and we'd all choose one book for free. And I think this is one of the books I chose. Of course, in 1994, this would have been $3.99 or $4.99 for Canadians. So enough of that. On with chapter 3, Los Angeles, present day. Soaked from head to toe, toting an overstuffed book bag, Daniel Jackson trudged north toward Sunset Boulevard. He was a young man just about to turn 30. He had blonde hair and wore thick glasses. He had forgotten his umbrella and didn't have enough money for the bus. As he walked through the rain, Daniel shook his head in disgust. Today was supposed to have been the day he was accepted back into the academic community. Instead, it had been the day his career was destroyed once and for all. How could he have known his speech to the world's top archaeologists would have been such a disaster? Wasn't he the brilliant student who had won all the best scholarships? The youngest person ever to become a professor of archaeology? How had he let so much promise slip through his fingers? How had he ended up a broke, lonely, unemployed, and very wet professor? Daniel Jackson sighed. In spite of himself, he kept playing his disastrous speech over and over again in his mind. He had gone to the conference knowing that many archaeologists there thought he was crazy because of the articles on ancient Egypt he had published over the past year. He had expected the audience to be hard on him, but he hadn't expected them to treat him like a total nutcase. Daniel's speech had begun well enough. His old professor, Dr. Ajami, had given him a glowing introduction. Here is a young man who got his master's degree at 20 and speaks 11 languages. I expect his work on ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics will be the standard reference in years to come. Please welcome one of Egyptology's most promising young scholars, Professor Daniel Jackson. But as Daniel made his way to the podium, he overheard two famous old professors of archaeology, Raukenberg and Tubman, talking about him. Another wonder kid, sneered Professor Raukenberg. Yes, I own socks older than him, chuckled Professor Tubman. But I hear this wonder boy's a little wacky. Seems he thinks the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids. Another victim of too many science fiction movies, huh? Snickered Professor Raukenberg. Well, at least he won't put the whole room to sleep. Trying to ignore what he'd heard, Daniel climbed to the podium. He gazed at the ceiling for a moment, then surprised everyone by firing a question at Professor Raukenberg. Sir, what kind of car do you drive? A Ford, the old professor replied, clearly puzzled. A Model T? I'm not that old. I drive an Escort. Power steering and power brakes? Don't forget the power windows, Professor Raukenberg said, trying to play along. I see. Daniel scratched his chin. So, in the unlikely event a volcano erupts in Los Angeles this afternoon, and we're all dug up hundreds of years later by a bunch of young hotshot archaeologists, there's really no chance of them mistakenly dating you and your car back to the early part of this century? What are you getting at? Piped up Professor Tubman. Well, Henry Ford started out almost primitively with the old Model A Ford motor car. Then his product slowly developed into the more advanced Ford cars we enjoy today, which leads to my central question about the ancient Egyptians. Why didn't their culture develop? The evidence shows that ancient Egypt's art, science, mathematics, and technology were all there, complete from the beginning. After his audience had had a minute to think this over, Daniel went on. What I want to argue here today is that the ancient Egyptians somehow inherited these arts and sciences all at once. Then, after a short practice period, we see the full flowering of the civilization we call ancient Egypt. Daniel could hear the audience murmuring restlessly. Their writing, for example, he said, the hieroglyphic system of the first two Egyptian dynasties is very hard to interpret. Most archaeologists say this is because it is a crude version of the more complicated writing we find later. But as I have tried to demonstrate in my work, this early written language is already fully developed with a complex grammar and a large vocabulary. What this means is that the ancient Egyptians were able to move from crude cave paintings to a complete written language in an amazingly short time, in just a few generations. The audience was growing impatient now, but Daniel ignored them. Let's take another example, he went on. The theme of today's conference is Khufu's pyramid, the greatest of the great pyramids of Giza. The same argument applies to Khufu's pyramid. Most archaeologists believe that this masterpiece of engineering must have been the result of generations of practice. According to their theory, the smaller step pyramid in Saqqara and the large tombs at Abydos were only warm-ups leading to the building of the infinitely more complex Khufu's pyramid. I do not agree with that theory. In my view, Khufu's pyramid must have come first. The small amount of evidence I have found suggests to me that instead of getting better at building pyramids, the people living along the Nile were slowly forgetting how to build these great structures. In fact, they were getting worse at it with each passing generation. As the meaning of Daniel Jackson's words finally sank in, a few members of the audience stood up and walked out. Others began to giggle. Unfortunately, attempts to determine the construction dates of the pyramids using carbon-14 dating tests haven't given us any clear-cut results. But ask yourselves this question. All the lesser pyramids are heavily carved with the names of the pharaohs who ordered their construction. We usually find painted histories in these tombs praising the godlike qualities of the pharaohs buried there. The pharaohs were the greatest egomaniacs in the history of the world, and yet the greatest pyramid of them all, Khufu's, has no writings whatsoever, not a mark anywhere, inside or out. Does that make any sense? One of the most respected archaeologists in the conference, Professor Romney of the University at Berkeley, stood up. It's an interesting theory, Professor Jackson, one of the most of us are familiar with. Some of that crowd began humming the Twilight Zone. You're suggesting that Khufu's pyramid wasn't built for a pharaoh because there wasn't a name on it? Am I right? Professor Romney demanded. But what about Vis's discovery of the quarryman's inscription inside the burial chamber, which had been sealed since construction? It says the name of Khufu, plain as day. Daniel rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. That discovery was a joke, a big fraud. He knew he should be more polite about it, but he couldn't help himself. Before he went to Egypt, Daniel continued, Weiss bragged that he would make an important discovery using his father's money. He hired a team of experts. After several months, they had found nothing, so Weiss fired them on all and brought in a gang of miners from his father's South American gold mines. Less than 3 weeks later, he discovered what 40 centuries of explorers, grave robbers, and scientists could not find. The secret burial chamber with Khufu's name written in it. The problem is the name is written in a red ink that appears nowhere else in ancient Egypt, and it is misspelled. What can you expect from an illiterate quarryman? Professor Romney demanded. Daniel did not answer, but walked over to a chalkboard. With lightning speed, he wrote out a series of hieroglyphs. These are the symbols Weiss says he found in the secret chamber. Now, we all know that Weiss had with him in the 1906 edition of Wilkinson's Dictionary of Hieroglyphs, where the name of Khufu is misspelled in exactly this way. In later editions, the publishers corrected the error to this. Daniel drew an almost identical set of symbols down the chalkboard. Now, isn't that an awfully strange coincidence? In any case, if a quarryman had misspelled the name of the pharaoh, especially on his burial chamber, he would have been put to death and the wall would have been torn down and rebuilt. Oh, come on, you sound like a bad television show, Professor Romney interrupted Daniel angrily as he walked out of the room. Some members of the audience cheered, but Daniel could tell that he had sparked other members' interests. Now, if we could get back to the subject, Professor, if I may, An elderly woman wearing thick glasses and a stylish dress stood up at the back of the room. Your command of the facts is very impressive, she said with a slight Swedish accent. I have just one question. Who do you think built the pyramids? That's the whole point, Daniel told her. I have no idea who built them or why. The woman nodded, turned, and walked out of the room. A groan of disappointment rose from the audience. You have no idea who built them? Called a bearded man from the front row. How about the lost people of Atlantis? Or Martians, perhaps? Someone shouted. I didn't say that. Daniel tried to defend himself, but the atmosphere in the room had become like a school cafeteria during a food fight. Half the audience was gone, and more were leaving. Daniel tried to go on, but it was too late. The last members of his audience were walking out. Dr. Jami came up to the podium. I'm very, very disappointed in you, Daniel, he said. I thought we agreed you wouldn't discuss this nonsense here today. I tried to do you a favor, but now I'm afraid you've ruined your career. Goodbye. Wincing at this unpleasant memory, Daniel lifted his head. He was at the door of his apartment building. He checked his mail. An overdue notice from the phone company and a letter from the landlord saying that he would evict Daniel at once if he didn't pay his rent. Professor Jackson slowly climbed the stairs. He kept thinking about the old woman at the conference. Why did she have to ruin everything? Why did she have to ask him the one question he didn't want to answer? Daniel stamped down the hall to his apartment. There he met with yet another unpleasant surprise. His front door was wide open. Burglars, Daniel thought. Normally, he would have run away, but today he was ready for a fight. Slipping through the door, he picked up the umbrella he'd forgotten and walked and stalked down the hall, waving it in front of him like a weapon. One of the burglars was going through his desk. Then Daniel saw that it was the old woman from the conference. Hey, he shouted, what are you doing in my apartment? The woman ignored the question. She only said calmly, now this is a truly beautiful piece of art. She picked up the statue of an Egyptian woman Daniel kept on his desk. I'd guess 14th century BC. How did you ever manage to afford it? Daniel stared at her. Please be careful with that, he pleaded. The statue was his only expensive possession, but really it was far more valuable to him than any price it could bring in dollars. Now what do you want? The woman sat down the statue and peered at him through her thick glasses. I want to offer you a job. A job? What kind of job? My name is Catherine Langford, the woman said, and I have some very early hieroglyphs I'd like you to work on. Since when is the military interested in hieroglyphs? Daniel was guessing. He figured she must have shown some sort of official badge to get his suspicious landlord to open his apartment. Also, he happened to notice that the chauffeur sitting in the limousine across the street had a military-style crew cut. The look on Catherine's face told him he'd guessed right. Because, lady, I'm too old to run off and join the army. Catherine smiled. I'm very impressed, Professor Jackson. Now, I wish I could explain everything to you, but this project is top secret. Why should I take a job I know nothing about? Well, you have no friends or family here in the city, Catherine replied slowly. There are bills piled up on your desk. Your landlord told me he just sent you an eviction notice. It looks to me as if you need a job, and after your speech this afternoon, I wouldn't wait for the phone to ring. She peered at him through her thick glasses. But there's an even better reason you should come to work with me, Daniel. What might that be? He asked. To prove your theories are right. Catherine opened her handbag and gave him a stack of faded photographs. They were pictures of the cover stone her father and Ed Taylor had found in Giza so many years before. Daniel Jackson's eyes widened as he flipped through the pictures. Enough. Catherine snatched back the snapshots and handed Daniel a manila envelope. What's this? Your travel documents. You're going to Denver. Denver, look, I'm not real big on flying. Get over it. She walked out and pulled the door closed behind her. Stargate. MGM's Epic of the Year, 1994, with Kurt Russell. And that's James Spader playing the nerd with the glasses.
Beauteous.
Yeah,
There's an
thank you. That was-
interesting note here. It says special thanks to our very own mischievous poltergeist, Stephen Molstead. There's a lot of interesting things in this book. I don't know why they would thank a poltergeist in the introduction to this children's novelization.
Spark the imagination. I don't know.
It's an
I mean,
inspired
it's
work.
very possible that they're just incanting something that might add a little woo to their project.
There's a lot of
I
woo in this
personally
project.
don't. Yeah, I don't request things from poltergeists nor give them things. But
They gave them thanks, and then here's some of the screenshots from the movie. It's so entertaining to me, and I'm trying to remember if I had read the book, the novelization of the movie before I saw the movie, or I probably saw the movie and then like, oh yeah, the book, or no, this is 1994 or 5 or 6, so it was quite fun, quite imaginative. What were some of your early imaginations of ancient cultures, archaeology, Egypt, or anything? Anyone? Was it Egypt? And the opening of the pyramids and all of the live broadcasts with that famous guy, what's his name? He'd show up on all these live streams and they'd announce it for weeks. We're opening the pyramid for real this time. We're going to send in a robot drone and there's going to be a camera and it's going to be a live television event and you don't want to miss it. I think I still have some of those recordings on VHS. And now we have ancient aliens to answer all of our questions. So maybe the mystery is gone because it was aliens. An ancient alien astronaut theory answers all of our questions.
Astronaut theorists believe.
How's the Legos coming along, Emma?
Well, we got inside the helmet done, this part. So that's Mando's face, apparently.
Everyone's in the flow state. Kaylee, are you still with us? Are you in here?
Hey, I have come back in from the garage.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I've got my paints out. I'm ready to read. No, I wasn't into Egyptian stuff, but I was into reading about Druid stuff. Stonehenge type stories. That was my jam.
I got a book here too.
That's cool.
Sword in the Circle.
The
Do you
Sword-
remember Penguin? Penguin, or is it Puffin or Penguin?
Puffin.
This blurry background is killing me here. See, there's a penguin, a puffin. These are both books. I just had them on my shelf and I realized on the spine they both have that little.
Hey, guys.
Puffin.
I'm
Yeah, what's
out
up?
walking in the desert.
Puffin classics.
I'm out walking in the desert.
I can hear
And
the
there's
coyotes.
Can you hear them?
I can hear them. That sounds like a lot of them.
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Oh man, I lost
Yeah.
that one. Oh, here it is.
Sound like donkeys. Okay, sorry. I just had to jump in there. Thank you. Sorry, Ellen.
Don't be sorry.
Beautiful Swedish accent, though, Ellen, by the way. Absolutely stellar. I love it.
Good to hear your voice, Gordy.
It's all
Hey,
natural.
gentlemen.
Much love, brother.
It's funny because I saw after, like I'd already started doing the voice, and then like 3 or 4 sentences after, it's like, oh, she's got a Swedish accent. So I'm like, oh no, do I change her accent now? Like I got a meatball in my mouth. I'm Swedish because it's a Swedish meatball. I'm gonna go back to eating and mute myself. I'm gonna keep listening. Kayla might
That's the
have
beauty of
something to
having people unabashed read, is then it encourages everybody to do it, to really put your all into it and go for it. I don't think I could come up on an accent now and not feel the obligation. Like, all right, come up with something. Don't just blow through this.
So I am pretty tired. So would you guys mind if I read next?
Yeah, please. I was just getting ready to say that
Actually,
I would like that you had offered, because I'm interested, definitely. It's nice to have your very first exposure of this book be serialized. Like to me, it's worth $1 jillion, the fact that there's a chance any one of these books. But of course, I always meant to read this one and never did. So I'm excited to listen to it.
Oh,
That's
hey,
a really
yeah,
good point. We're like resurrecting the serial story.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't have any guarantees either. Like somebody might read something you really like, and they do it 2 weeks in a row, and then it just stops and fades away. So you might have to make your petition like, hey, you haven't read this forever, and we think it's not right. You gotta, like, I mean,
Dude,
I'm
that'd be
feeling
really-
like Rachel needs to show up and read us another chapter of the book. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put pressure on her, but we're waiting patiently, and whenever she writes, we'll be happy, right?
What's happening to September? Exactly. Okay,
And
hold
she's
on.
not telling us what the book's called, so we are forced to rely on her.
That's right. And we all went with it. So I mean that makes it a really good dynamic,
Oh,
in my
that's
opinion.
that's super cool, Chance.
That's cool.
What you're working on right now. Sweet.
Thanks. I'm doing something kind of tricky and just holding the phone in my left hand for a close up. These are my watercolor pens.
Wow,
So
that's
I
those are
dipped,
cool.
got this cool electroplated mason jar mug. Dip the thingy in the water, and then let's see, got to line up with it. Okay. So as I color, it goes from light to dark,
Cool.
like watercolor.
Fancy.
It is literally watercolors. You just don't have to use like the brick of dried. You don't get the exact same effect, but it's pretty nice for a marker guy like me.
Those are awesome.
Okay, I will read. I wanna sit on my couch, so just give me a sec.
One 1,000.
Hey, 10 seconds.
That's like classic dad humor. Like you say, I'm hungry. Hello, hungry. My name's Tim.
Wah, 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 wah.
I guess you're 33. You're allowed to make dad jokes.
I'm at that point.
Getting up there.
Yeah, I wish my camera could show you guys the stars right now. It's super rad out here. Sorry. Let's hey, Kaylee.
I had a lot of fun last night, Gordy. Tell them what we did last
too,
night.
Man. Fucking A, bro. We tore down Spider-Man No Way Home on the Marvelous Demystifiers, and it was hot. 4 hours.
It was almost 4 hours. Yeah, it's over on my YouTube channel, Interverse.
It was great, man. What a blast.
Deep. The movie was way deeper than I thought we were going to go whenever we first said that we're going to do it. But the best experience is decoding on the actual couch eating snacks with Gabe, because we made a 2.5-hour movie, 4 hours basically. Just try to catch every detail.
Yeah,
And then we talked
handed
about
the
it for another
notebook.
4.
We
Yeah.
were
That's
handing
awesome.
the notebook back and forth.
Oh, and dude, I got to send you the picture from today. Like, I was so entertained by Gabriel's presence that I actually took the initiative to organize my comic collection, which hadn't been done for 6 years.
Nice.
And so I was pulling out all the good Spideys for him.
All the Spideys. Chance has got all of them.
Not literally, but I got a lot. I'll send you the picture of the chaos of all the comics strewn across the living room. Because I was like stacking them up by title to try to organize them, taking them all out of the boxes and putting them back
Do
in.
they smell great? Do they smell awesome?
They're not that old
I
yet.
love that smell, dude.
They're not quite that old yet, but I guess like the boards, the backboards for the bags do have kind of a smell.
I've got a Fantastic Four number 10 that I just bring out and smell every couple of years.
Gordy.
That's beautiful.
Sounds like Kaylee's ready.
I am ready.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I am ready. All right, so this chapter is called Message of the Mystics. Also, it just started storming hardcore outside, so interesting. Hopefully my internet doesn't get cut out. Wow. Can you guys, is my mic picking that up?
I can hear it.
Yeah,
not like bad. It's
That's
not
crazy.
bad, but it's kind of like ambiance.
Wow. It was a dark and stormy night.
No,
Okay, so in this chapter where we left off, our nameless main character had just had a brief brush with death, where a mercenary and a soldier had faced off right in front of him, and the soldier had fired on and shot the mercenary. Holy shit.
I heard that one.
Someone just came through the door, so I was like,
Beyond.
anyway, so someone just died, and yeah, so then he ran and sat on the top of this peak, and then had a more or less a full-on religious experience, realizing that he had just almost died. But also, I think there's something special about the mountain peak that he sat on. And that's pretty much where we're at. Also, so after that experience, he went back down the mountain and ran into Father Sanchez, where he was taken to a church, basically, to regain his strength. So that's where we're at. Okay. When I walked into the courtyard, I noticed immediately that the grounds were immaculately kept. The gravel walkways were edged with precisely arranged bushes and hedges. Each seemed to be placed so as to accent their full natural shape. None were trimmed. I stretched and felt the starched shirt I'd put on. It was made of coarse cotton and chafed my neck slightly. Still, it was clean and freshly ironed. Earlier, I had awakened as two priests poured hot water in a tub and laid out fresh clothes. After I had bathed and dressed, I had walked into the other room and found hot muffins and dried fruit on the table. I had eaten ravenously while the priest stood by. After I'd finished, the priest had left and I'd walked outside to where I now stood. I walked over and sat on one of the stone benches that faced the courtyard. The sun was just clearing the tops of the trees, warming my face. How did you sleep? A voice asked from behind me. I turned to see Father Sanchez standing very erect, smiling down at me. Very well, I replied. May I join you? Sure. Neither of us spoke for several minutes, so long in fact that I felt some discomfort. Several times I looked at him, preparing to say something, but he was looking in the direction of the sun, his face tilted slightly back, his eyes squinting. Finally he spoke. "This is a nice place you found here." Apparently he meant the bench at this time of the morning. Holy shit. I'm just hoping our archway that we just put up stays standing. Holy shit, it's so windy right now. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. "Look, I need to ask your advice," I said. "What is the safest way for me to get back to the United States?" He looked at me seriously. "I don't know. That depends on how dangerous the
Okay.
government thinks you are."
I'm taking that as a warning.
Gordy.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I think I'm being stalked by something. So I'm heading back to my house.
Gordy, keep your audio on. We need to hear your footsteps.
Ah!
It was a dark and stormy night.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea to just have Gordy stay on and just leave the walking in the background.
Can you actually hear my footsteps and all the birds flipping out?
Just the footsteps.
It's just the
Okay.
skinwalkers. It's okay.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's not the coyotes I'm afraid of. It's actually the bobcats, because they'll like sneak up on you in the dark.
I saw coyotes on my
Sorry.
ranch as a kid a lot, and they would just always follow you but never do anything.
Right, yeah, exactly. Don't worry about those guys. Sorry, Kaylee, go ahead.
It's all good.
I'll mute.
It's all good, buddy. You get home safely, okay?
Toe choker.
All right. "Look, I need your advice," I said. "What's the safest way for me to get back to the United States?" He looked at me seriously. "I don't know. That depends on how dangerous the government thinks you are. Tell me how you happen to be in Pula." I told him everything from the time I first heard of the manuscript. My feeling of euphoria on the ridge now seemed fanciful and pretentious, so I only alluded to it briefly. Sanchez, however, immediately questioned me about it. "What did you do after the soldier failed to notice you and left?" he asked. "I just sat up there for a few hours," I replied. "Feeling relieved, I guess." "What else did you feel?" he asked. I squirmed somewhat, then decided to attempt a description. "It's hard to describe," I said. "I felt this euphoric connection with everything, and this total kind of security and confidence. I was no longer tired." He smiled. "You had a mystical experience. Many people report them in that forest, near that peak." I nodded tentatively. He turned on the bench to face me more directly. "This is the experience the mystics of every religion have always described. Have you read anything about such experiences?" "Some, years ago," I said. "But until yesterday it was only an intellectual concept?" "Yeah, I suppose." A young priest walked up and nodded to me, then whispered something to Sanchez. Sanchez nodded, and the young priest turned and walked away. The older priest watched every step the young man took. He crossed the courtyard and entered a park-like area about 100 feet away. I noticed for the first time that this area, too, was also extremely clean and full of various plants. The young priest walked to several locations, hesitating at each one as though searching for something. Then at one specific location sat down. He appeared to be engaged in an exercise of some kind. Sanchez smiled and looked pleased, then turned his attention to me. "I think it is probably unsafe for you to attempt to go back now," he said. "But I will try to find out what the situation is, and if there is any word about your friends." He stood up and faced me. "I must attend to some chores. Please understand that we will assist you in any way possible. For now, I hope you will be comfortable here. Relax and gain your strength." I nodded. He reached inside his pocket and pulled out some papers and handed them to me. "This is the 5th insight. It speaks about the kind of experience you had. I think you might find it interesting." I took it reluctantly as he continued speaking. "What was your understanding of the last insight you read?" he asked. I hesitated. I didn't want to think about manuscripts and insights. Finally, I said that humans are stuck in a kind of competition for others' energy. When we can get others to acquiesce to our view, they identify with us and that pulls their energy into us and we feel stronger. He smiled. So the problem is that everyone is trying to control and manipulate each other for energy because we feel short of it. That's right. But there is a solution, another source of energy. That's what the last insight implied. He nodded and walked very deliberately into the church. For a few moments, I leaned forward and rested my elbows on my knees, not looking at the translation. I continued to feel reluctant. The events of the last 2 days had dampened my enthusiasm, and I preferred instead to think of how I might return to the United States. Then, in the wooded area across the way, I noticed the young priest stand up and walk slowly to another location about 20 feet from where he was. He turned towards me and sat down. I was intrigued over what he might be doing. Then it dawned on me that he might be practicing something that was spelled out in the manuscript. I looked at the first page and began to read. It described a new understanding of what has long been called mystical consciousness. Hey, Gordy, is this sounding familiar? During the last decades of the 20th century, it stated, this consciousness... Come here. Come here.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as soon as you said the sitting on the mountain. Actually, keep going.
I'm gonna get the dog to cuddle with me. Come here. Come here. Come here. No? Okay. Never mind. Sorry. During the last decades of the 20th century, it stated, this consciousness would become publicized as a way of being that is actually attainable, a way that has been demonstrated by the more esoteric practitioners of many religions. For most, this consciousness would remain an intellectual concept, to be only talked of and debated. But for a growing number of humans, this consciousness would become experientially real. Because these individuals would experience flashes or glimpses of this state of mind during the course of their lives. The manuscript said that this experience was the key to ending human conflict in the world, because during this experience, we are receiving energy from another source, a source we will eventually learn to tap at will. I stopped reading and looked at the young priest again. His eyes were open, and he appeared to be looking directly at me. I nodded, even though I couldn't make out the details of his face. To my surprise, he nodded back to me and smiled faintly. Then he stood up and walked towards my left, heading towards the house in that direction. He avoided my eyes as I watched him cross the courtyard and enter the dwelling. Behind me I heard footsteps and turned to see Sanchez leaving the church. He smiled as he approached me. That didn't take long, he said. Would you like to see more of the grounds? Yes, I would, I replied. Tell me about these sitting areas you have. I pointed towards the area where the young priest had been. Let's walk up there, he said. As we strolled across the courtyard, Sanchez told me that the mission was over 400 years old and was founded by a unique missionary from Spain who felt the way to convert the local Indians was through their hearts, not through coercion with the sword. The approach had worked, Sanchez went on, and partly because of the success and partly due to the remote location, the priest had been left alone to follow his own course. We carry on his tradition of looking inward for the truth, Sanchez said. The sitting area was landscaped immaculately. About half an acre of dense forest had been cleared, and the bushes and flowering plants beneath were interspersed with walkways made of smooth river stone. Like those in the courtyard, the plants here were also spaced perfectly, accentuating their unique shape. Where would you like to sit down? Sanchez asked. I looked around at my options. In front of us were several arranged areas, nooks which seemed complete unto themselves. All contained open spaces surrounded by beautiful plants and rocks and larger trees of varying shapes. One to our left, where the young priest had been sitting, had more outcroppings of stone. How about over there? I said. He nodded and we walked over and sat down. Sanchez breathed deeply for several minutes, then looked at me. Tell me more about your experience on the ridge, he said. I felt resistant. I don't know what else I can say about it. It didn't last. Priest looked at me sternly. Just because it ended when you became afraid again doesn't negate its importance, does it? Perhaps it is something to be regained. Maybe, I said, but it's hard for me to concentrate on feeling cosmic when people are trying to kill me. He laughed, then looked at me warmly. Are you studying the manuscript here at the mission? I asked. Yes, he said. We teach others how to pursue the kind of experience you had on the ridge. You wouldn't mind getting some of that feeling back, would you? A voice from the courtyard interrupted, a priest calling for Sanchez. The older man excused himself and walked down to the courtyard and talked with the priest who had summoned him. I sat back and looked at the plants and rocks nearby, taking my eyes slightly out of focus. Around the bush closest to me, I could barely make out an area of light, but when I treaded on the rocks, I could see nothing. Then I noticed Sanchez walking back. I must leave for a while, he said as he reached me. I'll be going to town for a meeting, so perhaps I can acquire some information concerning your friends, or at least how safe it is for you to travel. Good, I said. Will you be back today? I don't think so, he replied. More like tomorrow morning. I must have looked insecure because he walked closer and placed his hand on my shoulder. Don't worry, you are safe here. Please make yourself at home. Look around. It is fine to talk to any of the priests, but understand that some of them will be more receptive than others depending on their development. I nodded. He smiled and walked behind the church and entered an old truck I had not noticed. After several attempts, it started, and he drove down the back side of the church and onto the road leading up to the ridge. For several hours I remained in the sitting area, content to gather my thoughts, wondering if Marjorie was all right and if Will had escaped. Several times the image of Jensen's man being killed flashed across my mind, but I fought off the memory and tried to stay calm. About noon, I noticed several priests who were preparing a long table in the center of the courtyard with dishes of food. When they finished, a dozen or more priests joined them and began serving their own plates and eating on the benches casually. Most of them smiled pleasantly at each other, but I could hear little talking. One of them looked up at me and pointed to the food. I nodded and walked down to the courtyard and prepared a plate of corn and beans. Each of the priests seemed very conscious of my presence, but no one spoke to me. I made several comments about the food, but my words were met only with smiles and polite gestures. If I attempted to direct my eye contact, they would lower their eyes. I sat down on one of the benches alone and ate. The vegetables and beans were unsalted, but spiced with herbs. When lunch was over and the priests were stacking their plates on the table, another priest walked out of the church and hastily prepared a plate. When he finished, he looked around for a place to sit, and our eyes met. He smiled, and I recognized him as the priest who had looked at me from the sitting area earlier. I returned his smile, and he walked over and spoke to me in broken English. May I sit on bench with you? He asked. Yes, please, I replied. He sat down and began to eat very slowly, over-chewing his food and smiling up at me occasionally. He was short and small with a wiry build and coal-black hair. His eyes were a lighter brown. You like the food? He asked. I was holding my plate in my lap. Several bites of corn remained. Oh, yes, I said and took a bite. I noticed again how slowly and deliberately he chewed and tried to do the same. And then it struck me that all of the priests had been eating that way. Are the vegetables grown here at the mission? I asked. He hesitated before answering, swallowing slowly. Yes, food is very important. Do you meditate with plants? I asked. He looked at me with obvious surprise. You have read manuscript? He asked. Yes, the first 4 insights. Have you grown food? He asked. Oh no, I'm just learning about all this. Do you see energy fields? Yes, sometimes. We sat in silence for a few minutes while he carefully ate several more bites. Food is the first way of gaining energy, he said. I nodded. But in order to totally absorb energy in food, the food must be appreciated, eh? He seemed to be struggling for the right English word. Savored. He finally said. Taste is the doorway. You must appreciate taste. This is the reason for prayer before eating. It's not just about being thankful. It is to make eating a holy experience, so the energy from the food can enter your body. He looked closely at me, as though to see whether I understood. I nodded without comment. He looked thoughtful. What he was telling me, I reasoned, was that this kind of deliberate appreciation of food was the real purpose behind the normal religious custom of being thankful, with the result being a higher energy absorption of the food. But taking in food is only the first step, he said. After personal energy is increased in this way, you become more sensitive to energy in all things, and then you learn to take this energy into yourself without eating. I nodded affirmatively. Everything around us, he continued, has energy, but each has its own special kind. This is why some places increase energy more than others. It depends on how your shape fits with the energy there. Is that what you were doing down or up there earlier? I said, increasing your energy. He looked pleased. Yes. How do you do that? I asked. You have to be open to connect, to use your sense of appreciation, as in seeing fields. But you take this one step further so that you get the sensation of being filled up. I'm not sure I follow you. He frowned at my denseness. Would you like to walk back to the sitting place? I can show you. Okay, I said, why not? I followed as he led the way across the courtyard and back to the sitting area. As we arrived, he stopped and looked around as if surveying the area for something. Over here, he said, pointing to a spot that bordered the dense forest. We followed the path as it wound through the trees and bushes. He picked a spot in front of a large tree that grew out of a mound of boulders, so that its huge trunk seemed to be perched on the rocks. Its roots wrapped around and through the boulders before finally reaching the soil. Flowering shrubs of some type grew in semicircles in front of the tree, and I could detect sweet fragrance from the shrub's yellow blossoms. The dense forest provided a solid sheet of green in the background. The priest directed me to sit down in a clear spot amid the bushes, facing the gnarled tree. He sat beside me. Do you think this tree is beautiful? He asked. Yes. Then, feel it. He seemed to be struggling again to find the word. He thought for a moment and then asked, Father Sanchez told me that you had an experience on the ridge. Can you remember how you felt? I felt light and secure and connected. How connected? That's harsh to describe, I said, like the whole landscape was part of me. But what was the feeling? I thought for a moment. What was the feeling? Then it came to me. Love, I said. I guess I felt love for everything. Yes, he said. That's it. Feel that for the tree. But wait a minute, I protested. Love is something that just happens. I can't make myself love anything. You do not make yourself love, he said. You allow love to enter you. But to do this, you must position your mind by remembering what it felt like and try to feel it again. I looked at the tree and tried to remember the emotion on the ridge. Gradually, I began to admire its shape and presence. My appreciation grew until I actually felt an emotion of love. The feeling was exactly the one I remember as a child for my mother, and as a youth for the special little girl that was the object of my puppy love. Yet even though I had been looking at the tree, this particular love existed as a general background feeling. I was in love with everything. The priest slid away several feet and looked back at me intensely. Good, he said. You are accepting the energy. I noticed his eyes were slightly out of focus. How do you know? I asked. Because I can see your energy field getting larger. I closed my eyes and tried to reach the intense feelings I had acquired on the ridge top, but I couldn't duplicate the experience. What I was feeling was the same, or on the same continuum, but to a lesser degree than before. The failure made me frustrated. What happened? He asked. Your energy fell. I don't know. I said, I just couldn't do it as strongly as before. He looked at me, amused at first, then with impatience. What you experienced on the ridge was a gift, a breakthrough, a look at a new way. Now you must learn to get that experience by yourself, a little at a time. He slid back a foot farther and looked at me again. Now try more. I closed my eyes and tried to feel deeply. Eventually the emotion swept over me again. I stayed with it, attempting to increase the feeling by small increments. I focused my regard on the tree. That is very good, he suddenly said. You are receiving energy and giving it to the tree. I looked at him squarely. I'm giving it back to the tree? When you appreciate the beauty and uniqueness of things, he explained, you receive energy. When you get to a level where you feel love, then you can send the energy back just by willing it so. For a long time, I sat there with the tree. The more I focused attention on the tree and admired its shape and color, the more love I seemed to acquire generally, an unusual experience. I imagined my energy flowing over and filling up the tree, but I couldn't see it. Without changing my focus, I noticed the priest get up and begin to walk away. What does it look like when I'm giving energy to the tree? I asked. He described the perception in detail, and I recognized it as the same phenomena I had witnessed when Sarah projected energy onto the philodendron at Vicente. Though Sarah was successful, she apparently wasn't aware of the state of love, or that a state of love was necessary for the projection to take place. She must have been acquiring a love state naturally without realizing it. The priest walked down towards the courtyard and out of my range of vision. I remained in the sitting area until dusk. I just want to point out real quick that the first step is that he has to fill up himself before he can give it back out. That's subtle. That's beautiful. The two priests nodded politely as I entered the house. A roaring fire fended off the evening chill, and several oil lamps illuminated the front room. The air was filled with the smell of vegetable or perhaps potato soup. On the table was a ceramic bowl, several spoons, and a plate holding 4 slices of bread. One of the priests turned and left without looking at me, and the other kept his eyes lowered and nodded at a large cast-iron pot sitting on the hearth by the fire. A handle protruded from under its lid. As soon as I saw the pot, the second priest asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "I think not," I said. "Thank you." He nodded and left the house as well, leaving me alone. I lifted the lid from the pot. Potato soup. It smelled rich and delicious. I poured several ladles full into a bowl and sat down at the table, then pulled the part of my manuscript Sanchez had given me from my pocket and placed it beside my plate, intending to read. But the soup tasted so good that I focused entirely on eating. After I finished, I placed the dishes in a large pan and stared at the fire, hypnotized, until the flames burned low. Then I turned down the lamps and went to bed. The next morning, I awakened at dawn feeling totally refreshed. Outside, a morning mist rolled through the courtyard. I stoked up the fire and put several pieces of kindling on the coals and fanned it until I caught up. I was about to look through the kitchen for food when I heard Sanchez's truck approaching. I walked outside as he emerged from behind the church, a backpack in one arm and several packages in the other. "I have some news," he said, motioning me to follow him back inside the house. Several other priests appeared with hot corn cakes and grits and more dried fruit. Sanchez greeted the men, then sat with me at the table as the priests scurried away. "I attended a meeting of some of the priests of the Southern Council," he said. "We were there to talk about the manuscript. At issue was the government's aggressive actions. This was the first time any group of priests has met publicly in support of this document. We were just beginning our discussion when a government representative knocked on the door and asked to be admitted. He paused as he served his plate and took several bites, chewing them thoroughly. The representative, he continued, assured us that the government's sole purpose was to protect the manuscript, from outside exploitation. He informed us that all copies being held by Peruvian citizens must be licensed. He said he understood our concern, but asked us to comply with this law and turn in our copies. He promised that government duplicates would be issued back to us at once. Did you turn them in? I asked. Of course not. We both ate for a few minutes. I tried to overchew to appreciate the taste. We asked about the violence in Kula, he went on, and he told us that this was a necessary reaction. Oh my gosh, sorry. Against a man named called Jensen, that several of his men were armed agents from another country. He said they planned to find and steal the undiscovered part of the manuscript and remove it from Peru, so the government had no choice but to arrest them. There was no mention of you or your friends. Did you believe this government man? No, we didn't. After he left, we continued the meeting. We agreed that our policy would be one of quiet resistance. We will continue to make copies and distribute them carefully. Will your church leaders allow you to do that? We don't know, Sanchez said. The church elders have disapproved of the manuscript, but so far have not seriously investigated who's involved with it. Our main concern is a cardinal who resides further north, Cardinal Sebastian. He is the most vocal in opposition to this manuscript and is very influential. If he convinces the leadership to issue strong proclamations, then we will have a very interesting decision to make. Why is he so opposed to the manuscript? He is afraid. Why? I haven't spoken with him in a long time, and we always avoid the subject of the manuscript. But I believe he thinks man's role is to participate in the cause. Cosmos, ignorant of spiritual knowledge, by faith alone. He thinks the manuscript will undermine the status quo, the lines of authority in the world. How would it do that? He smiled and tilted his head back slightly. The truth shall set you free. I was looking at him, trying to understand what he meant, eating the last of the bread and fruit on my plate. He ate several more tiny bites and pushed his chair back. You seem much stronger, he said. Did you talk with anyone here? Yes, I replied. I learned a method of connecting with the energy from one of the priests. I didn't catch his name. He was in the sitting area while we were talking in the courtyard yesterday morning, remember? When I spoke with him later, he showed me how to absorb energy and then project back. His name is John, Sanchez said, then nodded for me to go on. It was an amazing experience, I said. By remembering the love I felt, I was able to open up. I sat there all day simmering in it. I didn't reach the state I experienced on the ridge, but I got close. Sanchez looked more serious. The role of love has been misunderstood for a long time. Love is not something we should do to be good or to make the world a better place, out of some abstract moral responsibility, or because we should give up our hedonism. Connecting with energy fields like excitement, then euphoria, and then love. Connecting with energy feels like excitement, then euphoria, and then love. Finding enough energy to maintain that state of love certainly helps the world, but it most directly helps us. It is the most hedonistic thing we can do. I agreed, then noticed he had moved his chair back several more feet and was looking at me intensely, his eyes unfocused. So what does my field look like? I asked. It is much larger, he said. I think you feel very good. I do. Good. That is what we do here. Tell me about that, I said. We train priests to go farther into the mountains and work with the Indians. It is a lonely job, and the priests must have great strength. All of the men here have been screened thoroughly, and all have one thing in common. Each has had one experience he calls mystical. I've been studying this kind of experience for many years, he continued, even before the manuscript was found, and I believe that when one has already encountered a mystical experience, getting back into the state and raising one's personal energy level comes much easier. Others can also connect, but it takes longer. A strong memory of the experience, as I think you learned, facilitates its recreation. After that, one slowly builds back. What does a person's energy field look like when this is happening? It grows outwards and changes color slightly. What color? Normally from a dull white towards green and blue, but the most important thing is that it expands. For instance, during your mystical encounter on the ridgetop, your energy field flashed outwards into the whole universe. Essentially, you connected and drew energy from the entire cosmos, and in turn, your energy swelled to encompass everything everywhere. Can you remember how that felt? Yeah, I said. I felt as though the entire universe was my body and I was just the head, or perhaps more accurately, the eyes. Yes, he said, and at that moment, your energy field and that of the universe were the same. The universe was your body. I had a strange memory during that time, I said. I seem to remember how this larger body, this universe of mine, evolved. I was there. I saw the first stars formed from simple hydrogen and then saw more complex matter evolve in successive generations of these suns. Only I didn't see matter. I saw matter as simple vibrations of energy that were evolving systematically into ever more complex higher states. Then life began and evolved to a point where humans appeared. I stopped suddenly, and he noticed my changed mood. What's wrong? That's where the memory of evolution stopped, I explained, with humans. I felt as if the story continued, but I couldn't quite grasp it. The story does go on, he said. Humans are carrying forth the universe's evolution towards higher and higher vibrational complexity. How? I asked. He smiled but didn't answer. Let's talk about this later. I really must check on a few things. I'll see you in an hour or so. I nodded. He picked up an apple and walked out. I wandered outside behind him. Excuse me. Then remembered the copy of the Fifth Insight in the bedroom and retrieved it. Earlier I had been thinking of the forest where Sanchez had been sitting when I had first met him. Even in my fatigue and panic, I had noticed that the place was extraordinarily beautiful, so I walked down the road towards the west until I came to the exact spot, then sat down there myself. Leaning back against a tree, I cleared my mind and spent several minutes looking around. The morning was bright and breezy, and I watched the wind as it whipped the branches above my head. The air felt refreshing as I took in several deep breaths. During a lull in the wind, I took out the manuscript and looked for the page where I had stopped reading. Before I could locate it, however, I heard the sound of a truck engine. I lay flat beside the tree and attempted to determine its direction. The sound was coming from the mission. As it grew closer, I could see it was Sanchez's old truck, with him driving. I thought you might be here, he said, as he pulled up to where I was standing. Get in, we need to leave. What's going on? Sorry, guys. I asked, sliding into the passenger seat. He drove on towards the main road. One of my priests told me of a conversation he overheard in the village. Some government officials are in town and they were asking questions about me and the mission. What do you think they want? He looked at me reassuringly. I don't know. Let's just say I'm not as certain as before that they will leave us alone. I thought as a precaution that we should drive up into the mountains. One of my priests lives near Machu Picchu. His name is Father Carl. We'll be safe at his house until we can better read the situation. He smiled. I want you to see Machu Picchu anyway. I suddenly had a flash of suspicion that he had made a deal and was taking me somewhere to turn me in. I decided to proceed cautiously and stay alert until I found out for sure. Did you finish the translation? He asked. Most of it. You had asked about human evolution. Did you finish that part? No. He turned his eyes from the road and looked at me intensely. I pretended not to notice. Is something wrong? He asked. Nothing, I said. How long will it take to get to Machu Picchu? About 4 hours. I wanted to remain silent and let Sanchez talk, hoping he might give himself away, but I couldn't control my curiosity about evolution. So, how do humans further evolution? I asked. He glanced at me. What do you think? I don't know. But when I was up on the ridge, I thought it might have something to do with the meaningful coincidences the first insight talks about. That's right, he said. That would fit with the other insights, wouldn't it? I was confused. I almost understood, but I couldn't quite grasp it. I remained silent. Think of how the insights fall into sequence, he said. The first insight occurs when we take the coincidences seriously. These coincidences make us feel there is something more, something spiritual, something underneath everything we do. The second insight institutes our awareness as something real. We can see that we have been preoccupied with material survival, with focusing on controlling our situation in the universe for security, and we know our openness now represents a kind of waking up to what is really going on. The third insight begins a new view of life. It defines the physical universe as one of pure energy, an energy that somehow responds to how we think. And the fourth exposes the human tendency to steal energy from other humans by controlling them, taking over their minds, a crime in which we engage because we so often feel depleted of energy and cut off. The shortage of energy can be remedied, of course, when we connect with higher source. The universe can provide all we need if we can only open up to it. That is the revelation of the fifth insight. In your case, he continued, you had a mystical experience that allowed you to briefly see the magnitude of energy one can acquire. But this state is like leaping ahead of everyone else and glimpsing the future. We can't maintain it for very long. Once we try to talk to someone who is operating in normal consciousness or try to live in a world where conflict is still happening, we get knocked out of this advanced state and fall back to the level of our old selves. And then, he continued, it is a matter of slowly regaining what we glimpsed, a little at a time, and to begin a progression back towards that ultimate consciousness. To do this, we must learn to consciously fill up with energy, because this energy brings on the coincidences, and the coincidences help us actualize the new level on a permanent basis. I must have looked puzzled, because he said, think about it. When something occurs beyond chance, to lead us forward in our lives, then we become more actualized people. We feel as though we are attaining what destiny is leading us to become. When this occurs, the level of energy that brought on the coincidences is in the first place is instituted in us. We can be knocked out of it and lose energy when we are afraid, but this level serves as a new outer limit which can be regained quite easily. We've become a new person. We exist at a higher level of energy, at a level, get this, of higher vibration. Can you see the process now? We fill up, and grow again. This is how we as humans continue the evolution of the universe to a higher and higher vibration. He paused for a moment, then seemed to think of something he wanted to add. This evolution has been going on unconsciously throughout human history. That explains why civilization has progressed and why humans have grown larger, lived longer, and so forth. Now, however, we are making the whole process conscious. That is what the manuscript is telling us. That is what this movement towards worldwide spiritual consciousness is all about. I was listening intensely, totally fascinated with what Sanchez was telling me. So all we have to do is fill up with energy, as I learned to do with John, and the coincidences begin to happen more consistently? Well, yes, but that's not as easy as you think. Before we can connect with the energy on a permanent basis, there is one more hurdle we must pass. The next insight, the sixth, deals with this issue. What is it? He looked squarely at me. We must face up to our particular way of controlling others. Remember, the fourth insight reveals that humans have always felt short of energy and have sought to control each other to acquire the energy that flows between people. The fifth then shows us that an alternative source exists, but we can't really stay connected with this source until we come to grips with the particular method that we, as individuals, use in our controlling and stop doing it. Because whenever we fall back into this habit, we get disconnected from the source. Getting rid of this habit isn't easy because it's always unconscious at first. The key to letting it go is to bring it fully into consciousness. And we do that by seeing our particular style of controlling others. And we do that by seeing that our particular style of controlling others is one we learned in childhood to get attention, to get the energy moving our way, and we're stuck there. This style is something we repeat over and over again. I call it our unconscious control drama. I call it drama. I call it personally the triangle drama from hell. Anyway, sorry. I call it a drama because it is one familiar scene, like a scene in a movie, for which we write up a script as youth. Then we repeat this scene over and over in our daily lives without being aware of it. All we know is that the same kind of events happen to us repeatedly. The problem is, if we are repeating one particular scene over and over, then the other scenes of our real life movie, the high adventure marked by coincidences, can't go forward. We stop the movie when we repeat this one drama in order to manipulate for energy. Sanchez slowed the truck and moved carefully forward through a series of deep ruts in the road. I realized I was frustrated. I couldn't quite grasp how a control drama worked. I almost expressed my feelings to Sanchez, but I couldn't. I realized I still felt distant from him, and I didn't care to reveal myself. "Did you understand?" he asked. "I don't know," I said curtly. "I don't know if I have a control drama." He looked at me with the warmest regard and chuckled out loud. "Is that so? Then why do you always act so aloof?" End of chapter. Boom, I got chills.
Woohoo! Thank you.
It's really key information for me reading the book when I did.
Yeah, it is. It works that way for me now, even though it's written for general audience. It still gives me that vibe of like, oh yeah, that wonderful deep spiritual reminder. Like we're all tuning back into reality. We've been asleep in what do you call it? Materialism. Yeah. How's the weather? Is it still really windy like that or not?
It's calmed down. I think it's still raining. So rain is good. Rain is always good. And the arch is still up, so we're good.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
See, maybe you
Yeah.
brought it on by reading this book. That's what I was thinking. Maybe you reading it increased the interference between regular orgone and deadly orgone, so that it was having a little battle while you read, and then now you're done. I think it stopped.
Sure. I like that explanation. Let's go with that. I'm just glad to see the rain.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Same chance, same. This was really, really pivotal for me too. Yeah, when I got this book, yeah, it was in a really interesting time of life.
Is this a control drama story?
Oh yeah. Speaking of control drama stories.
I've tried to avoid this, but it's everywhere. This control drama story of, oh, he's out of control. He's unscripted.
He's scriptedly unscripted.
We don't even need to say their name. We don't need to give them any extra publicity or
give
Just
them
the intimidator style control drama.
Well, yeah, I love that it's a control drama is a great way to say it. You know, it really is. Because yes, we all have our own, and we all have ones we're stuck in. But then we have ones that are being fed to us as if through like a 50 caliber machine gun, right? Here, have a narrative. They just keep firing them at us. Everyone you could possibly want to pick, and then some of them they promote to the front like it's a thing. You know, here's the main show.
Yeah.
Right.
Control drama is a good.
I think I wrote something in our Weaving Spiders Welcome Telegram, the Spiders Welcome Web. Some of you may have read this, but I'll read what I said. I said, N-words slapping N-words only bothers me because everyone made memes about it instead of things I find to be meme-worthyful.
Here, yes, I did see that.
And
I
then
thought it was a very bold use of the N-word phrase.
And then I said, I want Tom Cruise to sit down with those two and call in John Travolta to open the case, take out the e-reader, and make them all live in an Animal Crossing village together, Scientologically speaking.
I love it. I love it.
Talk
Man,
about control dramas.
that's great. You
Well
can see it.
played.
Too. That's the best part. Yeah, I can see it actually happening. I can see Tom Cruise, John Travolta having to show up together and really hating it enough almost to both consider suicide, but sticking with their guns, being part of the organization, doing their best, and having it go really tense and uncomfortable for Will the whole time, like making his character and logging in and learning how to fish. You know, be great. I'd watch that. I won't watch the Oscars for anything. I would watch that.
Celebrities streaming video games that they have to collaborate on together and then just
Yeah, they're forced to. Like they're drawn out to do it by lottery or whoever knows it's punishment or quote unquote reward. You know, Alan wins. He gets to do his Animal Crossing with Miley Cyrus.
only one celebrity can be mayor of the Animal Crossing village, so they have to fight over who's going to have mayoral
No, I think it has to just be
The
Brad
death.
Pitt, and no one else gets to be. And if he dies, they just do it in his honor. Just kidding.
I've been watching Will Smith video slap memes the last couple
Of
of
course.
days. There's
How could you not
thousands of
be?
them now. They're so hilarious.
I want to talk about that phenomenon. I don't care about what happened, whether it was scripted or unplanned, or to what degree was it like, hey man, you're gonna go on stage, you're gonna slap that other guy, and they're gonna talk about it, and it's gonna make the Academy Awards, the Oscars, something that people are gonna talk about on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. 3 days after it's happened, I've seen more memes produced about that than things that are of value to humanity at large. You know, feed the hungry, clothe the poor, give everybody internet access so they can watch Weaving Spiders Welcome on Wednesdays and Saturdays. These are the pressing issues of our time. And if we continue to make art, people will know that they are welcome here. So here's an art I made, just whip this together.
It's
real
almost
quick.
a Mithraic ceremony. You have to slap the rock and it breaks open, and then a new universe. is born.
Yeah.
A new meme verse.
I think the best memes are Weaving Spiders Welcome related and unrelated Weaving Spiders Welcome memes. So just take anything and put the words Weaving Spiders Welcome on it. You can use the hashtag symbol or not, and just start branding everything Weaving Spiders Welcome and share it everywhere until people start Google searching Weaving Spiders Welcome, until Google realizes people want Weaving Spiders Welcome search results and they will present them. Search for Weaving Spiders Welcome, Jerry Marzinski, and see how long it takes you to actually find that video on YouTube. SB, how
I can only
long
see
does it
half
take?
of that.
Oh, you want the full reveal?
Yeah, what's the
There
other,
it
what's the other
is.
side say?
It's Weaving Spiders Welcome.
I love
Hey.
the Rolling Stones font. Those guys are old and almost dead, so we can definitely take their font and put it to good use from now on.
Hey, Alan, do you
Yes.
have any more reviews that need to be read? I haven't read a review yet.
Oh, I do. I do have a bunch of them. They're all kind of sitting here. I'd have to shift them over. Yeah.
And then
Have you
I wonder
written
how hard
any?
it'd be to set up
Has anybody written any?
no, I should write some. I haven't written any yet. I will though. Well, we should how hard would it be to set up a page where you can go create a login and you can turn on your camera and record a testimonial and you just choose through all the panes
Mhm.
and so people can constantly be having access and submitting testimonials on our behalf. But that's all it is. We could just call it WSW testimonials or something, and that's all it is. It's a place you can go if you're wanting to give us a testimonial. You can either make your own completely from scratch, or you can choose from the what do you call that when there's a whole bunch waiting for you? Presets.
Templates. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right. They're called templates. That's right.
Yeah, yeah. So the thing I like about this idea of text, when we are creating audio together, and if this is a podcast, we have friends within our community who ask their listeners to send in like a voicemail or something. Not everybody wants their voice shared publicly. Not everybody is confident in their speaking abilities or writing something clever to say. So you have like my family thinks I'm crazy. Mark's asking, "Hey guys, send in a voicemail, on Telegram. Just tap that microphone and record and talk into it for a little while and send us something fun, and I'll play it on the show." And I've done that a few times. I'm sure that they've been played on his show. I realize not everybody wants to participate in the audio game. So if we can encourage participation in multiple ways, then everyone eventually will participate and produce produce for the collective of Weaving Spiders Welcome, which at some point may exist as a symposium, also as a food co-op, and as a collection of antlers and gently used bones can be sent to the address in Walla Walla, Washington. We are doing a donation drive, basically food thing. Like, don't send us like baked goods. I mean, you could. Jim will probably eat anything that shows up in the office. You can send anything to that address. If you don't have the address memorized, it's okay. Neither do I. A song is what we need.
Yeah, we need a song. We definitely need a P.O. Box address song.
Play me the best song in the world. I'll eat your soul.
I want Adam Lord in on this project. I want him to make the Walla Walla.
Oh yeah.
Bing Tang, Bing Bang.
Well, he used to write theme songs back in the day. I mean, I can definitely ask him.
He still.
He does.
He totally
wrote.
Totally has
you
that
guys know
ability.
the actor Ezra Buzzington? You guys know who Ezra Buzzington is?
The award-winning.
Yeah, I'm sure he's won some awards. He's a pretty famous actor. I was trying to think of the most famous thing he's in, but
yes.
Adam wrote a theme song of him. They would just randomly choose theme songs. Him and another guy who calls himself Mr. Door. And Ezra Buzzington had it on his website for years. Like, he just appreciated that they'd made the gesture and totally went with it. Like, he used it as his theme song. So I'll hit him up with a message. I've seen he's streaming, but it's always happening at a time when I can't really just plop in and check it out,
Mm-hmm.
And I have put it on in the background and listened a little bit, but
it's a lot like this.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah.
It's like AM talk radio.
Well, I mean, and Adam's doing the same thing. He's taking advantage of the opportunity to push button stream and just be creating art. And he's creating art or planning on creating art almost all the time. So I'm sure it's helping him out, as long as he's not getting too embroiled in internet drama. If you're listening, Adam, I know that this is a facet of your internet experience. So I'm not putting you down. We all have the potential to get embroiled in internet drama. But
well, art is such a solitary act, and it takes hours.
Yeah.
So it's so nice to be able to hang out with friends and like this.
Yeah, it makes a difference. It's totally different for me because usually I would try to be doing something. So it's nice to just be hanging out. And I got all this crap. I mean, I've got boxes and boxes of stuff, and the whole designs and styles are progressing just because I'm doing the same thing over and over again. So I love it, because usually I would never do this. I would I'm going to hash this thing out, but get something going from left to right, finally be linear, make a project, so it's nice to do it this way.
Okay, so I've got a really interesting sync.
We're all ears.
I just opened up to the front of the book, and J-Lo and Joshua will know what I'm talking about. There happens to be a verse in the very front of the book from Daniel. They were talking in the telegram earlier, in the telegrams, about Daniel and the lion's den. And I didn't realize that there was a Bible verse in the beginning of this book. I just happened to open to it. So I'd like
Oh, we got cats of initiation at the front of the book, y'all.
Seriously. Fucking Daniel, god damn it.
I
I just had to look. And what's kind of funny about that is I was thinking about this. I've known a few people named Daniel in my life, but one in particular that left a very large impact on my life happened to be a Leo. And I'm like, I don't want to read that name, but anyway, so I'll read this to you.
Wow, that's a very strategically chosen name.
Fuck, right? I don't think it was intentional, but anyway. Okay. And those who have insight will shine brightly like the brightness of the expanse of heaven, and those who lead the many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. But for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book until the end of time. Many will go back and forth, and knowledge will increase. Daniel 12, verse 3-4.
Okay,
Beautiful.
so I got a riff on that.
Yes, please.
So, with 6 foot distance for the past couple of years, when people cross paths in public, there is an abundance of, oh, excuse me. Oh, no, excuse me. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. People are going this way and that.
Oh, pardon me. Oh.
Oppa Gangnam Style. Sorry.
Yep.
That's the Minnesota nice thing. You go to a grocery store and you kind of brush up and oh, I didn't see you there, bud.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh.
It's a whole land of ope, I hear.
Yeah.
Yep. I love the people are going this way and that.
Gabe, did you
Also-
complete your thought?
Kind of. Also makes me think of both Strophodon writing, which goes in both directions.
What was the verse in Daniel again?
12:34.
12.
1, 2, 3, 4.
12, chapter 3 and 4.
Okay, that's like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Daniel 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Yeah, fucking fucker.
Copy that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So Kaylee, I do have some testimonials. I got a few of them.
I'd love to read one for you.
Well, I have 3 of them. You can read 3 of them if you like.
Oh man, just one is good.
If you're only doing 1, then I'll give you 1. But if you want to do 2, you can do 2. If you want to do 3, you can do 3.
Let's just do 1.
Okay, here's the one I'll give to you. Can you see this on your screen? I don't know.
Gray square.
Yeah, hold on. There it is. Okay, now how's that? Just read it blind all the way through, maybe 3 times. Go ahead.
Testimonial, 3 stars. Popey trusts me to inspect their home, and while I peep through the cracks in their facades, I hear the spiders rattling into my earbuds and leave me cackling. Hey, I cackle. I have lost 2 bids, bud. Totally worth it though.
Totally worth it though. Don't lose your bids, bud. If you're cackling while you're working on the crackling on the what's that stuff they put on the sides of houses?
Spackle?
No, it's like the textured stuff. It's in the picture. The guy standing in front of it.
Stucco?
Stucco. Yes. So as this guy's repairing stucco, he's listening to Weaving Spiders Welcome in his earbuds, and he begins cackling. And then the people are like, "Get out of here, dude! I can't stand your cackling as you're working on my home stucco." So he loses his bids, but that's okay with him because it was all worth it to hear Weaving Spiders Welcome, even though he lost his
Bids, bud.
he lost
You
his
don't gotta-
contractor bids, bud.
You don't got to lose your bids, bud.
But it's totally worth it though.
You just got to control your cackle. Keep it quiet with the cackling.
Yes.
Chortle into your fist. Pretend you're coughing into your arm. Everyone will just pretend like they didn't even notice you're alive. You know, just, all you got to do. If you think you're going to cackle, just like that.
Here's another testimonial. This is a 4-star one. This is on the topic of
Nice.
This is on the topic of real estate and realty. So she reads.
I was
or
born
writes.
listening to Weaving Spiders Welcome at Home would increase the meaningful coincidences in my life, but I had no idea how real your real wizards would alter reality. 4 stars.
It's you real wizards would alter realty, like houses and home prices.
Oh, geez.
So I was warned that listening to the Weaving Spiders Welcome at Home would increase the meaningful coincidences in my life, but I had no idea how real you real wizards would alter realty.
Yeah, that's a really hard one, man. That's
Didn't
a really
realize.
advanced. That's like a pretty advanced
Tongue twisters.
review.
Yeah, yep. And then I've got one more here.
Testimonial.
Yeah, I started putting the word authentic on these to brand them as authentic, so people know that we are authentic. Here's one more I'll share as someone else is preparing their next weave or show and tell situation. So this is an authentic hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome testimonial. She gives us 3 stars. It's a bit of poetry. I think she says, flesh covets what reason condemns. It is in love that evil makes an apparition. It is a pernicious seduction that attracts us and simultaneously welcomes spiders. 3 stars.
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3 stars. That is true. It is pernicious. The
I love that
seduction.
the star system is so random. Star system. Oh my gosh, Alan, you've created a star system.
Yeah, we've got a lot of influential people in our orbit.
And our obits too.
Oh, wait until you read some of these obituaries that we're going to start generating for our enemies who leave us cackling.
That might be a bridge too far to start writing obituaries for your enemies, but I'm very interested. Like who's my enemy?
Oh, I have like obituaries written for Colin Powell and these people who have died with weapons of mass destruction in their hands, just waiting to unleash this evil upon the world.
It's pretty dumb. I really don't understand that whole thing to climb the political ladder so that you can be closer to the death mongers. I guess I just don't get it.
Well, yeah, and let me be more sensitive and more direct to the point. You have magazines, you have newspapers, and all of these established media properties that publish text in print will prepare obituaries for everyone right now, today. They don't know when that person will die, but they do know they want to have an obituary already written for this person so they can publish it immediately after the death announcement is made, because they know people begin to search for insert name of celebrity obituary, and then they'll show up in the search results because they're the first ones to publish it. So you have Anne Rice has died recently, the guy who did the US game system tarot. He died about a year ago, so we read his obituary. And
I didn't realize that Anne Rice had died.
Yeah, we talked about it on a Saturday night after we were getting announcements coming in, and they had obituaries already ready to go. Yeah, here's one. So like US Games System, Stuart R. Kaplan, who wrote all these tarot books and published the James Bond 007 tarot book. This one's from a few years ago, 1973. Stuart R. Kaplan. I did read his obituary because he died about a year ago. So we read that because this guy has an interesting life and contributed so much to American tarot. I got to figure this blur out. Here it is. Okay. Can you see the book now? And then on the back is Domino. This is from Live and Let Die, another James Bond movie from the 1970s, which I quite appreciate. That would be a fun movie night on a Friday night sometime to watch. classic James Bond movies together, maybe. As Emma is petting a cat, like the director of Smersh or Spectre would.
Oh, that's a nice kitty. Meow. So black. Blacker than night. And I'm going to bed now. Good night.
Me
Good night,
and
Kaylee.
Kaylee are very similar. We both have the same internal dialogue going, like music for everything and random quotes. Let's go.
It's
Oh, yeah.
It makes me happy that you just burst out with it. Yeah, thank you for reading. See you next time. See you whenever.
It's true though. It's true. You say something that is a lyric. Oh,
Mhm.
instant.
Yeah. Just it's
Our
with me then.
Thanksgiving song will be so memorable. People will be singing and humming to the sound of cornucopias and
Soup by Satan.
the Soup by Satan song. Yeah, yeah. These ideas will show up in musical form sometime.
Well, they already have,
in the
so they're
next
going to just
20 years.
develop. You know, they're going to
Yeah.
develop.
Okay. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Rest well, Kaylee. Good night.
Good night. Thank you for reading.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
We're supposed to look at the clock. Huh?
Music. I've been working on some musical type ideas, trying to figure out how to take sound samples. The idea in my mind being something of a mixtape. I'll call it found sound collages, in which I can take interesting quotes from podcasts I've listened to, sound bites, snippets of ideas and things, and then try and thematically wrap them into an 8 to 12 minute sound collage thing with a lot of musicality to it.
Wow.
I know this is a lot of sampling. I've got one prepared already, sort of, but it's a thing like my ears are like, yeah, I could add some more texture here. I could remove a little bit there. It's sort of a
Are you going to show us tonight?
it's an audio thing, so I can't. I could show you like the waveforms.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah.
You want to see the waveform?
You could play it probably, unless
That's
you don't want to.
ambitious.
I see with my ears, so I'll still see it if you play it.
Yeah, it's something I will need to figure out the best way to share it. My concern is if I play it on our main channel and they're like, hey, 15 seconds of that song that I can identify as
Oh
a
yeah.
violation, and your entire recording is now held hostage because
I
you
don't know,
played
I think-
15 seconds of a song.
I think lately they're more worried about community guideline violations than they are copyright stuff. They might take it down, but they usually just clip that stuff out. I mean,
Yeah.
depending.
Yeah, I know Jim hit me up a few hours ago saying, hey, what's this? What are you texting me, Jim? What are you asking about?
Oh yeah, I was I found a soundboard app and I put an audio clip in it, and then I was trying to copy things off of YouTube just in audio form so that I could load them up, and every like screen record app and everything that I found just records video. It doesn't record audio only.
Okay.
I was trying to take the video and then put it into like my garage band or not my garage band, but my iMovie, and then save it as an audio, but that wasn't working. So
yeah,
I was just like, why does everything have to be so video minded these days?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not super just audio specific educated, not video specific educated either, but
this is where we'd have to call up our professional in the field, David Barsky, who would be able to help us out. He's helped so much
I forgot to invite him.
with art. We always want everyone, all the spiders, to return every night, And we know that spider life gets busy. People have jobs and family and commitments, and they need to sleep at some point and wake up early. And if they're waking up and we're still streaming and they slept all night, that's okay. We're not going to make you feel guilty about getting a good night's rest. My point being, if you want a Zoom link and we somehow didn't send it to you, we had intended to, our bad, our apologies are offered. And just hit us up. Just say, hey man, I see you guys are streaming live. I got something I want to jump into the weave here. And we'll be able to share that Zoom link with you at any point. If you've ever been on any stream at any point, your family, you're part of the web, you weave with us. We want you. You are welcome at all times. Just hit us up and remind us. A lot of times we go live and we're in our art flow state, and we got like I got these 3 things in the forefront of my mind that I want to remember to say or include or announce. And then I forget to send a Zoom link to a very important person. Whoops. We do have a Telegram that we share that link to. Any method that is your preference for communications, send Jim or myself a message and we'll try and read it. But if we're in the middle of staring at a screen and talking live, it might take us 20 minutes, a half an hour or so to check our messages. So just jump in the chat. Like right now, I'm not even seeing YouTube chat, so I probably missed a lot of really cool stuff. Which
Maybe we should divvy it up where we take turns. Somebody watches the chat each episode. Like their job is to keep at least a little bit of. Because I don't look at it at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that's just a funny idea that we could flip a coin or spin a spinner for it. Who's stuck with the chat this week, and then see how it goes, whether they do a good job or not.
Right. So with Telegram, we have our Welcome Spiders Web chat that people can chat in as we're live streaming, and then tag me, and then my phone will go ding, 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 and then it'll get my attention that way.
Do you really have your setup as a loud dinger like that?
It really ought to be like a meow sound.
Oh man, that makes me want Joshua the Branch to be the meow. I like this idea a lot. That my text message could just be meow, like a classic Joshua meow.
Yes. The Spiders Welcome Web on Telegram works really well for these live streams where you can show a lot of pictures and things that we don't want to show up, and violate community guidelines, which are so abstract and numerous in number that no one person could violate them all in one stream. Yet the Weaving Spiders Welcome will attempt that probably Saturday night.
I should do a community guideline temptation stream. We try to.
Oh yes.
Violate.
Well, we could read the guidelines out loud and then attempt to violate them without violating them on the air and see what happens.
I love
do our
this
best
idea.
to do a running workaround in the mind. Like okay, so it says we can't do this, so that means if we said blank, then blank, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
a
know if we want
possibility.
to tempt fate either. Maybe it's not a good idea to tempt
Well,
fate.
we tempted fate with episode 63, and now the people who didn't witness it live have not seen
now
it.
Jim's just holding out on us because he's busy, and plus it's fun to keep the you give him power. You gave Jim terrific power by allowing one to be pushed off into the, what do you call it in hockey when you get in trouble? Penalty box.
Penalty box.
When to
yes.
bring your guy out of the penalty box is it's like more important than getting your queen back in chess.
Good point.
Or what's it called in checkers when you get to the end? You get to the other
get
side
king.
and
Get
king you?
Yeah, they king you. I never thought I'd kingu.
My
King
pawn
you.
becomes any piece I choose or something.
In checkers.
The name in
checkers. Okay.
In the Sumerian tale, wasn't his name Kingu?
Yeah, some people play with checkers, some people play with chess. Not everyone's playing the same
In
game.
chess, you become a queen, I think, if your pawn gets to the other side.
Yes, Queen.
Yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
Queen.
Yas, queen.
Yes, Queen. I've explained this metaphor to myself many times. I know we have a lot of athletes amongst us, and we're all playing the athletic sport game together. Some people seem to understand the ball game is a metaphor in which we're kicking a ball around the field. Other people have the rule in which you can't touch the ball with your hands. Other people say only the kicker can kick the ball, but everybody else is a quarterback or a wide receiver who can only catch it in their arms and they must carry the ball. Other people are told that if they carry the ball without dribbling it, it's a moving violation. So we're all playing a sports game in the same clay field together. Maybe it's just tennis, ping, pong, ping, pong. I say ping. Jim says
Dong.
ding,
Pong.
ping,
Ping.
bong,
Frog.
cat,
Hippo.
hippolytus,
Attaché case.
attache case. Touche, touche.
Shake.
Touche.
Mm-hmm. That's the yes and Upman sportsmanship award that goes to Gabriel for bringing it to a new level.
Always Gabriel gets that award.
Right. So when is the Weaving Spiders Welcome Award show ceremony? Is that going to be like a July thing? When is a good time to do our Weaving Spiders Welcome Award ceremony?
Maybe we should do a summer solstice award ceremony.
I'm thinking that's probably a good time. Have we announced the categories yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Maybe we should
Brainstorm.
at some point announce what the categories are for the Weaving Spiders Welcome Award. And we can't call it a Webby Award because I think that's already an award. So we haven't quite decided on the cute, cuddly name for the Weaving Spiders Welcome Trophy that we'll be handing out.
Spider tickles.
the spider and the award for most spider tickle inducing performance, cameo, voiceover, or any other thing that provided friction on the back of my goose pimples goes to and then we'd announce who the winner is. But I think we have maybe in the running, Martin's in the running, I think, for his reading.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know that everybody, well, there's going to be some in-spider awards and out-spider awards. So we'll award them to other culturally significant, interesting people that maybe we follow on Instagram or Twitter or something. So then we give them the award and we say, hey, we've given you an award.
Come and join us.
I'm on the show to receive it.
That's an excellent idea. It's the Spider Net Awards.
The Spider Net Awards.
Perhaps.
That network effect will bring in so many viewers and reward recipients as we insist that you show up in person into our Zoom room to receive your award.
Great idea. It's a great idea.
An Outsider Artist Award, the best schizo poster in any comment section award goes to username, whatever their username is. There's a lot of people earning credit, karma on Reddit, karma on Reddit, credit, and there's a lot of people making a lot of dank memes, and we want to acknowledge that. There's so much culture creation happens, and then no one awards that, recognizes it, or honors them for their hours of sitting still on a throne, tapping away their thumbs at the phone as they're emptying their bowels and their sheet posting all day long. That's how governments crumble. corporations have to mitigate PR disasters. And we want to recognize those brave heroes.
The wrench crew notification squad,
Mm-hmm.
people that arrive right off the bat,
Yep. That's important.
have lots of nice things to say,
Mm-hmm.
chat. Be some good awards.
Sean, do you have any award categories in your mind already? And the mic drop award goes to Sean S.B. Elger. Or
SB out.
who's the best mic dropper? The best mic drop moment in the last 70 plus episodes of Weaving Spiders Welcome. There's a few I could think of.
That's a pretty good mic drop.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the sync award for when we're talking about something and someone's got a card
Mm-hmm.
in hand off the draw that relates.
The Jim Brainhorn Award goes to the most psychically induced bingo base border. And the recipients are
I love it.
Gabe got some categories in mind. This is an award show like no other.
The Kiss of the Cat award.
Mwah.
Mwah.
We can award pets as well. Yes, felines.
Oh, great idea.
It could be the most handsome cat award.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of beautiful cats we've had on there.
Lots of cats.
Mm-hmm.
A few dogs.
Yeah. So that would be a great thing to comment in YouTube videos as you're rewatching them or remembering them. Say, hey, I remember there was that cat, and the eyes of that cat knew more secrets than any other cat I've ever seen. I'd like to nominate them.
The occasional
Or-
iguana.
Yes. Well, that could be considered a cat. I'm not a veterinarian, so I'm not prepared to make the distinction on classification of the genus and species of indoor animals. We're just here to support them and give them awards. Betta-fish splendens would be splendiferously awarded as well for their beautiful webs and fins and flow and swimming.
That's right.
Yep.
Does anybody else feel like reading tonight?
Like tarot or
Not me.
runes or entrails. We could
Good
read
question.
anything. We could read anything at this point.
The Augur
Mm-hmm.
Award.
Reads you to sleep award as we read the terms and services and community guidelines and all the fine print on your favorite social media platforms.
Hmm.
There was an interesting bill announced in the United States House of Representatives, I believe, that I was reading a few days ago that I might want to present on Saturday night. It has something to do with creating a digital cash and taking the power of printing money from the Federal Reserve and giving it to the House of Representatives and the Senate, perhaps, or maybe like the whitehouse.org website is going to be the distributor of
These
the digital
idiots.
cat. There's a lot of interesting ideas in bills these days. I don't know.
A lot of weird bills.
Yeah, it's the conjunction junction. What's your function, man? Just a bill on Capitol Hill, man.
Yeah, I'm just a bill.
I'm just a bill. No one reads me. Are you gonna sign me? I'd sign me. I'd sign me so good.
I wrote the bill, man.
I wrote the bill.
Come on, man.
I'd like to give an award to the comedians who send invoices to other comedians for stealing their jokes.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that?
Tune in to the Weaving Spiders Welcome Award ceremony and find out which comedians steal which jokes and which was the best invoice sent to that comedian.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
So do you charge extra when it's been stolen than you would normally charge for a joke?
Because you've already used the joke without permission, I would assume that the rate would be increased due to the what's that word? Incredulous incredulousity of the situation. Idea of thieving funny jokes from people.
Just like the clone known as Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappell stealing.
Chappell?
Yeah,
Stealing
man.
jokes.
If you borrow a joke from your clone, is it really theft though? Like Bill Hicks becomes Alex Jones, or the template continues in the tradition of like a Mitch Hedberg, sort of heady, cerebral, sort of jokes without punchlines, just statements that hit you differently.
I think if you steal a joke from a comedian who's died, you end up becoming his slave in the afterlife.
Ooh.
So watch out for that.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. Terrifying.
Have you seen any memes on that smartphone device in your hand? Any good things in the streams, in the timelines?
I don't know if they're appropriate for this. They're pretty bad.
That's what humor is. Shocking. It should come as no surprise to any of us here.
Where'd it go?
That the things we laugh the hardest are often the most inappropriate things for anyone to laugh at.
Okay, well, it says, "Oh, look, a penny." And then it's a box truck, like all broken down with the,
Oh, it looks like it's an orange juice style logo on the side of that broken down transport vehicle.
Just doing some maintenance.
I never understand why the orange juice logo uses blue and white colors in a triangle formation, and how you really can't speak to that organization of non-religious, religious folks who don't appreciate the talk that certain people that are more like cattle say about their shepherds. If I can beat around this bush a little bit more, in the style of Moses or Aaron or other biblical figures and patriarchs, without directly addressing the Golem Sholem dramatic voiceover actors who, really enjoy the holy wood that they spill in the corner of the potted plant and then force other comedians to witness that abortion of a kink in action, and then they return to the stage
Give each other
unceremoniously
awards for
to
it.
give each other awards. Yes. That's why Waving Spiders Welcome will become the premier cultural award givers in the next 6 to 18 months. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh my god.
Oscar Mayer wieners, no more. We're gonna
No more.
give out the real award. And it'll all be digital, so you don't have to worry about mics dropping or cheeks slapping or butt cracks going numb because you had to sit for 4 hours and smile because the camera's on you as a reaction shot. Can you imagine being a celebrity? Great, you're invited to the Academy Award ceremony. What do you have to do?
Front.
Sit for 5 hours in the first 4 rows and always smile. And don't pick your nose because the cameras are on you and they're going to cut to you and you will never know. But we need you to appear at the award ceremony.
And you'll
Always.
become a meme.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. And the Golem Sholem Goyim will be memeing you on Monday. And maybe that is an offensive thing.
It's definitely a new moon tonight.
Is it?
Is it? Is it? Is that what I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm feeling?
Pretty
I don't know
sure.
what happened to my moon thing on my phone. You used to show me when I would unlock my phone, like what phase of the moon it is, and now it's gone.
Is it a moon mood app on your phone to tell you, hey, it's the new moon. Here's how to feel about it.
No, it doesn't want to. It wasn't a mood one. It's just like, hey, it's a new moon, or hey, it's a crescent. I'm gonna re-download that because now I'm concerned.
I always go to Moon Tracks and look at what house the moon is tonight. It's got like 3 days in each house usually throughout the month. I think Sagittarius is today. I'm not sure. I know it's not Taurus.
Jim, what you working on there?
I've got this maquette of a larger piece. It's just a smaller version that was printed out by an artist, and it's a side job that I'm working on for him. It's a print, and I'm making a mold of it, and then he's going to use it to create acrylic pieces.
That's cool.
And it's a little bit different than the molds I make are for pouring wax. So I had to do a little bit of educating to learn how to do it. It's a lot more simple because I don't have to put complicated gates to allow the wax to flow through and vents to allow the air bubbles out. Because pretty much he's just going to mix up an A and B sort of liquid like a super glue or something sort of, which is pretty wet, super not very viscous. And then put the whole mold together, put a plug in it, and then spin it around in a centrifugal sort of machine until it all hardens up. And then he'll have a hollow, ideally it'll be a hollow, pretty much complete piece once he takes everything apart. So
I like the musculature, very detailed.
Yeah, it is pretty detailed piece. I built a couple bronze versions of this that were about a meter tall, pretty much, I guess, 3 feet, 3.5 feet last summer. And it was a pretty big job. One of the pieces was repair, and it was a bronze that was cast probably 15 years ago by a foundry that went out of business. And I found out halfway through the job that the bronze alloy was different than the ones that I was using, so I had to track down some bronze in this particular alloy and then find a foundry that was using it still in order to get the replacement piece for it, because it got hit by a car. It was an outside monument sort of thing in the city, and this lady had a seizure and crashed her car into it, and it broke. And thankfully nobody was hurt, but it was kind of a nightmare job. And then I was done with it, and I was so happy to deliver it and drive away. And then he called me up and wanted me to do some more work for him. So I said, absolutely.
That's beautiful. I'd like to suggest maybe there's a category for our award show to a city council who best protects and restores artistic installations in communities.
That'd be a good one.
The last 2 years, there's been so much desecration of public statues and arts and murals and things that the community that best preserves the history and the artistic legacy, I think, is heroic and could be recipients of awards for doing so.
That's a good idea.
I'm trying to wear this hat, but as you can tell, it's not agreeing with the headphones.
You look like Street Fighter 2 character. I forget what his name is.
All of Marcus.
All of Marcus.
Olav Marcus. I think it's Russian. I don't know.
I thought it was all greater than 3 Marcus, or all less than 3 Marcus. But it's a heart.
Could be the Admiral Marcusan thought form known as alanmarcus.com.
Marcusadek. The thought form.
I'm posing for someone to paint me or sketch me. You can take a screenshot of this.
Shot.
It'd be a good sticker to put places with like a QR code underneath. Should do that. That could be the sticker, like, scan this if you dare.
Yeah.
If you dare.
This is my playful way of saying this set of headphones I got, it goes over the head. So I can't really wear the hats that I wish to wear. And there's something called an in-ear studio monitor. You might refer to them as earbuds.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking of something that kind of like has the shape of a C, kind of wraps around your ear, and then it goes in to your ear, so you don't have these huge tin cans on the sides of your head.
It's what presidents wear, so they don't have to think when they're talking.
That makes sense.
Correct.
I don't know why I'm doing this on stage.
The ones I'm looking for will not have a microphone off the side of their cord cable. We're not looking for something to plug into an iPhone or something. We're looking for something that is studio quality, in-ear monitors. These are the types of things that presenters wear when they're on stage and they need to hear the audio. Singers wear them so they can hear the monitor, so they can sing and not hear the echo or the reverb in the auditorium.
Probably won't find it on Amazon. Probably would be more like at a musician's friend sort of store, or
a David Barsky basement deal. Out of the back of
basement.
Out of a back of a Barsky
On the cord.
Barsky boot sale. What do they call them? The boot sale, the car boot sale. I wish Kaylee was here. She probably knew what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're the in-ear audio. This is our sound test, and I'm testing hats too, and then testing like blur filters. Our dress rehearsal for Friday. So anything we can think of that will improve the Saturday production, we'll make a list of it and we'll begin to do the research and shopping for that stuff. Barsky helps.
Barsky, yeah, Barsky let me know of a way to record some audio files, but it includes me using my soundboard here and some audio in and out tricks. So it should work really well. Although it's not something I can do easily with a phone in my pocket while I'm walking around, unfortunately. I'm sure there's a way.
Yeah, there are. I have my own technique.
Yeah, yours sounded good too.
It really depends on how long is the video. If it's like a 3-hour video and you've already listened to it and you've already recorded timestamps, it becomes easier to clip those funny things. If you can have something like YouTube to do the audio transcription of all the audio that it hears and then it turns into text, you could then search that file to see where it is. So when you go into like an hour into the video and you click play and you hear the speech of, you know, somebody on you know, House of Representatives talking about the bill that they want to get passed, and then you read the transcript of it and you're like, oh, there's this thing where he says something ridiculous and I want to clip that audio. How would you do that? Well, if you have the audio and it's a 6-hour audio or it's an 8-hour audio, it's like a Weaving Spiders Welcome episode of 5.5 hours, and you're looking for the one time when Jim says Manly, P, Palmer, Torchlight, Extravagant. There's something to that effect. What was it you said? Did I write it down correctly? How am I going to find it? It's 5.5 hours. Yeah. Other listeners, please include the timestamp. Someone did on our last episode from Saturday night. Answer the call, read the comments, found my request to say, hey, when did we discuss mandala effects? Someone heard that, put the timestamp in, and I was able to clip that down to about a 6-minute clip that I could share more easily. 6 minutes is a lot easier to share than 6 hours.
That was a nice little clip too. It kind of started out with a brilliant title screen with your crumple paper artistic design.
Yeah.
It was nice. That's available on Alan Marcus.
It's a private video. I need to make that public
at some point. I didn't know it was private.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Emma. So the reason I was making it private was to see if I'm only sharing it on my social media channels and private places, to what effect would it reach people if they're clicking on it. This is how we get feedback. So who's really clicking and watching the things that we're sharing? We know that that number can be small, but the quality of the content that reaches the person who it's meant to reach is really what's the most important here. That's why we get these testimonials from people telling us how they watched a couple of streams and their lives were forever changed.
I know mine was. That one time.
Gabriel, Slick Dissident, has changed a lot of minds in his videos. I know that you teased us earlier saying you had a book, Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge.
Yes, I gifted that to Chance this weekend.
So Chance now has the book?
Yep, he's got it. It's in his, I think he's in bed right now, so.
Okay.
I might have some books if nobody else wants to read.
We all want to read at once. I'm ready to listen.
I'm down to listen to whatever you got, Jim.
All right. Well, give me the
The water closet.
water closet.
Got to skip to your loo.
That's right.
Mhm. Mhm. So the book has been gifted. That's beautiful. Our great wish list project will include books that we want our community members to have access to.
That's a good call.
I know there's other books that maybe are out of print or difficult to find, or are easy to find because they're on amazing.com, the amazing technology of print on demand, or however Bezos is funding his space travels by selling paper with ink on it to people. Do you remember the first time you ordered a book from Amazon.com and you felt terrible for Walden Books and all the books in your local mall, the bookstores in your local mall that are ceasing to exist in the next 10 years because amazing technology of the Amazon cutting down their rainforest to create paper for us, to one click deliver it to your doorstep, 2-day shipping, prime moving, real fast, UPS, amazing. Oops, ninjas. Oops, I accidentally ordered that book. Thanks, Alexa. It's on my doorstep now. That's incredible to me
Uh-huh.
how that happens. The thing that's gotten me most jazzed lately are my great friends receiving piles and piles of gently used, unwanted, unloved texts to build their libraries and fill their shelves. That's something that a cornucopia can't hold. That's the real fruit that you can sink your noggin into.
So, what do you guys feel like listening to?
Your voice, more of it, please.
What are the options?
Well, let's see. The Cimmerillion. I've got.
Okay, what did I miss?
We're looking at book options for the
Looking
next
at
read.
book options.
Ooh.
I've got Escape, a choose your own adventure.
Ooh.
I've got The Smoky God
Ooh.
by Willis George Emerson.
And these are all like stories?
Yeah, sort of. I think so.
I think I have a few. I have one I can get from my dad. It's an original, like handwritten journal from the Oregon Trail. Whenever like people are going from East Coast to the West Coast and whatever cowboy days, and it talks about like how like young teenager Indian kids came in the night and stole their cows and horses, and how the chiefs the next day came back and gave their animals back and like slapped a kid on side of the head and all that. And it's like an old leather binding. Like my dad's been trying to donate it to a museum, but he's like waiting a few more years because he just likes having it. I can
Well,
try and
that's
get that.
Yeah, if you want.
What if I have any books? I have a bunch.
Hey, Jim, is the Silverillium, is that the one that goes with Tolkien?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tolkien. Cimmerillion. I haven't even cracked it yet. Let me see if I can turn off the.
Oh my god, I'm so tired.
I did confirm that it is a new moon.
Oh.
It is indeed a new moon. 0% illumination from that moon tonight. It's the darkest night.
New moon, new me.
Mm-hmm. Silmarillion, what were the other options?
Okay, Cimmerillion. The Smoky God, The Secret Teachings of All Ages.
Flip
by
that
Manly
open
P.
and read a paragraph about torches. Come on, use your brain horns, Jim. Come on, get us some Manly
About torches?
Palmer Manly Hauler. Come on.
Salamander, according to Paracelsus.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That's a bright reptile.
All right. This is chapter 13. Well, give me 1 second. I got a message I have to answer really quick.
That's all right. That is all right. SB Elger's phone has died. He's deep in the flow state. The hats are still being worn by the machine elves who are helping to weave the tapestry of this live stream through the ether.
Yeah, looking good, SB.
I see Alpha Warriors talking about fiat bills and things. JLo has been with us. Iru Kanji has been sharing some art in the chat. It's beautiful, awkwardly off possum, awesome. Daniel is deep AF. It's also his middle name. Did you know that? A lot of people are saying goodnight. That's totally fine. I understand that sleep is important. Emma's still with us. People are talking about broccoli, hearts of lettuce. The homie Romaine Lettuce joined us and dropped some hearts, some broccoli, and some green leaves into our chat. That's valuable, nutritious food. We need to remember to eat.
Slowly.
Grand Scrimdies suggested a live screenplay table reading of Men in Black could be a lot of fun. And Joshua is talking about it would be fun to play Edgar. There's that better. The guy who drinks a lot of sugar water.
We should do Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles could be fun.
Nice.
There's a lot of great options for table reading, and the pictures that have the most characters in it would probably be our preference, as we have a lot of spiders who would want to make cameos in their readings. And then we get them to kind of do the scene together with their other actor, and we can record that at any time that is convenient for them to do so. Maybe we set aside a Saturday afternoon or something to kind of get everyone together, jump in, read their bits, and then kind of leave. And then the actors that have the least amount of lines could be the ones that we get first to do that. And then the actors that have the most amount of lines would need to dedicate maybe 3 hours on a Saturday for us to kind of record all the lines. And then we assemble it into a easily digestible audio format.
Also, we should have somebody animate it.
Well, now you're reaching for the stars, and I really appreciate that. That's a beautiful idea.
All right, I'm ready. If you guys are ready.
I'm
Yep.
receptive.
This is I'm reading from The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. This is chapter 23. The Elements and Their Inhabitants. For the most comprehensive and lucid exposition of occult pneumatology, the branch of philosophy dealing with spiritual substances, extent, mankind is indebted to Philippus Aurelius Paracelsus, Theophrastus Bombastitus von Hohenheim, a prince of alchemists and hermetic philosophers, the true possessor of the royal secret, the philosopher's stone, and the elixir of life. Paracelsus believed that each of the four primary elements known to the ancients, earth, fire, air, and water, consisted of a subtle vaporous principle and a gross corporeal substance. Air is therefore a twofold in nature: tangible atmosphere and intangible volatile substratum, which may be termed spiritual air. Fire is visible and invisible, discernible and indiscernible, a spiritual ethereal flame manifesting through a material substantial flame. Carrying the analogy further, water consists of a dense fluid and a potential essence of a fluidic nature. Earth has likewise two essential parts, the lower being fixed terreous, immobile, the higher rarefied, mobile, and virtual. The general term elements has been applied to the lower or physical phases of these four primary principles, and the name elemental essences to their corresponding invisible spiritual constitutions. Minerals, plants, animals, and men live in a world composed of the gross side of these four elements, and from various combinations of them construct their living organisms. Henry Drummond, in Natural Law in the Spiritual World, describes this process as follows. If we analyze this material point at which all life starts, we shall find it to consist of a clear, structureless, jelly-like substance, resembling albumin or white of egg. It is made of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. Its name is protoplasm, and it is not only the structural unit of which all living bodies start in life, but with which they are subsequently built up. Protoplasm, says Huxley, simple or nucleated, is the formal basis of all life. It is the clay of the potter. The water element of the ancient philosophers has been metamorphosed into the hydrogen of modern science. The air has become oxygen. The fire, nitrogen. The earth, carbon. Just as visible nature is populated by an infinite number of living creatures, so, according to Paracelsus, the invisible spiritual counterpart of visible nature, composed of the tenuous principles of the visible elements, is inhabited by a host of peculiar beings, to whom he has given the name elementals, and which have later been termed the nature spirits. Paracelsus divided these people of the elements into four distinct groups, which he called gnomes, undines, sylphs, and salamanders. He taught that they were really living entities, many resembling human beings in shape and inhabiting worlds of their own, unknown to man because his undeveloped senses were incapable of functioning beyond the limitations of the grosser elements. The civilizations of Greece, Rome, Egypt, China, and India believed implicitly in satyrs, sprites, and goblins. They peopled the sea with mermaids, the rivers and fountains with nymphs, the air with fairies, the fire with lairs and penates, and the earth with fauns, dryads, and hamadryads. These nature spirits were held in the highest esteem, and proprietary offerings were made to them. Occasionally, as the result of atmospheric conditions or the peculiar sensitiveness of the devotee, they became visible. Many authors wrote concerning them in terms which signify that they had actually beheld these inhabitants of nature's finer realms. A number of authorities are of the opinion that many of the gods worshipped by the pagans were elementals. For some of these invisibles were believed to be of commanding stature and magnificent deportment. The Greeks gave the name daemon to some of these elementals, especially those of the higher orders, and worshipped them. Probably the most famous of these daemons is the mysterious spirit which instructed Socrates, and of whom the great philosopher spoke in the highest terms. Those who have devoted much study to the invisible constitution of man realize that it is quite probable the daemon of Socrates and the angel of Jacob Boehm were in reality not elementals, but the overshadowing divine natures of these philosophers themselves. In his notes to Apuleius on the God of Socrates, Thomas Taylor says, as the daemon of Socrates, therefore, was doubtless one of the highest order, as may be inferred from the intellectual superiority of Socrates to most other men. Apuleius is justified in calling this daemon a god, and that the daemon of Socrates indeed was divine is evident from the testimony of Socrates himself in the first Alcibiades. For the course of that dialogue, he clearly says, I have long been of the opinion that the God did not as yet direct me to hold any conversation with you. And in the apology, he most unequivocally invices that the daemon is allotted a divine transcendency, considered as ranking in the order of daemons. The idea once held that the invisible elements surrounding and interpenetrating the earth were peopled with living, intelligent beings may seem ridiculous to the prosaic mind of today. This doctrine, however, has found favor with some of the greatest intellects of the world. The slips of Photius Cardon, the philosopher of Milan, the salamanders seen by Benvenuto Cellini, the Pan of Saint Anthony, and La Petite Homme Rouge, the little red man or gnome of Napoleon Bonaparte, have found their places in the pages of history. Literature has also perpetuated the concept of nature spirits. The mischievous Puck of Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, the elementals of Alexander Pope's Rosicrucian poem, The Rape of the Lock, the mysterious creatures of Lord Lytton's Zanoni, James Barrie's immortal Tinkerbell, and the famous bowlers that Rip Van Winkle encountered in the Catskill Mountains are the well-known characters to students of literature, folklore, and mythology of all peoples abound in the legends concerning these mysterious little figures who haunt old castles, guard treasures in the depths of the earth, and build their homes under the spreading protection of toadstools. Fairies are the delight of childhood, and most children give them up with reluctance. Not so very long ago, the greatest minds of the world believed in the existence of fairies, and it is still an open question as to whether Plato, Socrates, and Iamblichus were wrong. And Iamblichus were wrong when they avowed their reality. Paracelsus, when describing the substances which constitute the bodies of the elementals, divided flesh into two kinds. The first being that which we have all inherited through Adam. This is the visible, corporeal flesh. The second was that flesh which had not descended from Adam, and being more attenuated, was not subject to the limitations of the former. The bodies of the elementals were composed of this transubstantial flesh. Paracelsus stated that there is as much difference between the bodies of men and the bodies of the nature spirits as there is between matter and spirit. Yet, he adds, the elementals are not spirits because they have flesh, blood, and bones. They live and propagate offspring. They eat and talk, act and sleep. And see. Not sure what that means. And consequently, they cannot be properly called spirits. They are beings occupying a place between men and spirits, resembling men and spirits, resembling men and women in their organization and form, and resembling spirits in the rapidity of their locomotion. Philosophia Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Later, the second author calls these creatures composita, insomuch as the substance out of which they are composed seems to be a composite of spirit and matter. He uses color to explain this idea. Thus, the mixture of blue and red gives purple, a new color, resembling neither of the others, yet composed of both. Such is the case with the nature spirits. They resemble neither spiritual creatures nor material beings, yet are composed of the substance which we may call spiritual matter or ether. Paracelsus further adds that whereas man is composed of several natures, spirit, soul, mind, and body, combined in one unit, the elemental has but one principle, the ether out of which it is composed and in which it lives. The reader must remember that by ether is meant the spiritual essence of one of the four elements. There are as many ethers as there are elements, and as many distinct families of nature spirits as there are ethers. These families are completely isolated in their own ether and have no intercourse with the denizens of the other ethers. But as man has within his own nature centers of consciousness sensitive to the impulses of all the four ethers, it is possible for any of the elemental kingdoms to communicate with him under proper conditions. Nature spirits cannot be destroyed by the grosser elements, such as material fire, earth, air, or water, for they function in a rate of vibration higher than that of earthly substances, being composed of only one element or principle. The ether in which they function, they have no immortal spirit, and at death merely disintegrate back into the element from which they were originally individualized. No individual consciousness is preserved after death, for there is no superior vehicle present to contain it. Being made of but one substance, there is no friction between vehicles. Thus, there is little wear or tear incurred by their bodily functions, and they therefore live to great age. Those composed of earth ether are the shortest lived. Those composed of air ether are the longest. The average length of life is between 300 and 1,000 years. Paracelsus maintained that they live in conditions similar to our Earth environments and are somewhat subject to disease. These creatures are thought to be incapable of spiritual development, but most of them are of a high moral character. Concerning the elemental ethers in which the nature spirits exist, Paracelsus wrote, they live in the four elements. The nymphae in the element of water, the sylphs in that of the air, the pygmies in the earth, and the salamanders in fire. They are also called undine, that's spelled Undin with an AE. Undine, Silvestris, Gnomi, Vulcani, etc. Each species moves only in the element to which it belongs, and neither of them can go out of its appropriate element, which is to them as the air is to us, or the water to the fishes, and none of them can live in the element belonging to another class. To each elemental being, the element in which it lives is transparent, invisible, and respirable, as the atmosphere is to ourselves. That's from Philosophica Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. The reader should be careful not to confuse the nature spirits with the true life waves evolving through the invisible worlds. While the elementals are composed of only one etheric or atomic essence, the angels, archangels, and other superior transcendental entities have composite organisms consisting of a spiritual nature and a chain of vehicles to express that nature, not unlike those of men, but not including the physical body with its attendant limitations. To the philosophy of nature spirits is generally attributed to an Eastern origin, probably Brahmanic, and Paracelsus secured his knowledge of them from Oriental sages with whom he came in contact during his lifetime of philosophical wanderings. The Egyptians and Greeks gleaned their information from the same source. The four main divisions of nature spirits must now be considered separately according to the teachings of Paracelsus and the Abbé de Villers and such scanty writings of other authors as are available. The gnomes, the elementals who dwell in that attenuated body of the earth, which is called the terrestrial ether, are grouped together under the general heading of gnomes. The name is probably derived from the Greek genomus, meaning earth dweller. See New English Dictionary. Just as there are many types of human beings evolving through the objective physical elements of nature, so there are many types of gnomes evolving through the subjective ethereal body of nature. These earth spirits work in an element so close in vibratory rate to the material earth that they have immense power over its rocks and flora. Excuse me. And also over the mineral elements and the animal and human kingdoms. Some, like the pygmies, work with the stones, gems, and metals, and are supposed to be the guardians of hidden treasures. They live in caves far down in what the Scandinavians called the land of the Nibelungen. In Wagner's wonderful opera cycle, The Ring of the Nibelungen, Ulbrich makes himself king of the pygmies and forces these little creatures to gather for him the treasures concealed beneath the surface of the earth. Besides the pygmies, there are other gnomes who are called tree forest sprites. To this group belong the Silvestres, the satyrs, pans, dryads, hamadryads, duradalis, elves, brownies, and the little old men of the woods. Paracelsus states that the gnomes build houses of substances resembling in their constituencies alabaster, marble, and cement. But the true nature of these materials is unknown, having no counterpart in physical nature. Some families of gnomes gather in communities, while others are indigenous to the substances with and in which they work. For example, the hamadryads live and die with the plants or trees of which they are a part. Every shrub and flower is said to have its own nature spirit, which often uses the physical body of the plant as its habitation. The ancient philosophers, recognizing the principle of intelligence manifesting itself in every department of nature alike, believed that the quality of natural selection exhibited by creatures not possessing organized mentalities expressed in reality the decisions of the nature spirits themselves. C.M. Gailey, in The Classic Myths, says, "It was a pleasing trait in the old paganism that it loved to trace in every operation of nature the agency of deity. The imagination of the Greeks peopled the regions of the earth and sea with divinities. To those to whose agency it is attributed the phenomena that our philosophy ascribes to the operation of natural law. Thus, in behalf of the plant it worked with, the elemental accepted and rejected food elements, deposited coloring matter therein, preserved and protected the seed, and performed many other beneficent offices. Each species was served by a different but appropriate type of nature spirit. Those working with poisonous shrubs, for example, were offensive in their appearance. It is said that the nature spirits of poison hemlock resemble closely tiny human skeletons, thinly covered with a semi-transparent flesh. They live in and through the hemlock, and if it be cut down, remain with the broken shoots until both die. But while there is the slightest evidence of life in the shrub, it shows the presence of the elemental guardian. Great trees also have their nature spirits, but these are much larger than the elementals of smaller plants. The labors of the pygmies include the cutting of the crystals in the rocks and the development of veins of ore. When the gnomes are laboring with animals or human beings, their work is confined to the tissues corresponding with their own natures. Hence, they work with the bones, which belong to the mineral kingdom, and the ancients believed that the reconstruction of broken members to be impossible without the cooperation of the elementals. The gnomes are of various sizes, most of them much smaller than human beings, though some of them have the power of changing their stature at will. This is a result of the extreme mobility of the element in which they function. Concerning them, Abbé de Villers wrote, "The earth is filled with, well nigh to its center, with gnomes, people of slight stature, who are the guardians of treasures, minerals, and precious stones. They are ingenious friends of man and easy to govern." Not all authorities agree concerning the amiable disposition of the gnomes. Many state that they are of a tricky and malicious nature, difficult to manage and treacherous. Writers agree, however, that when their confidence is won, they are faithful and true. The philosophers and initiates of the ancient world were instructed concerning these mysterious little people and were taught how to communicate with them and gain their cooperation in undertakings of importance. The Magi were always warned, however, never to betray the trust of the elementals, for if they did, the invisible creatures working through the subjective nature of man could cause them endless sorrow and probably ultimate destruction. So long as the mystic served others, the gnomes would serve him. But if he sought to use their aid selfishly to gain temporal power, they would turn upon him with unrelenting fury. The same was true if he sought to deceive them. The earth spirits meet at certain times of the year in great conclaves, as Shakespeare suggests in his Midsummer Night's Dream, where the elementals all gather to rejoice in the beauty and harmony of nature and the prospects of an excellent harvest. The gnomes are ruled over by a king whom they greatly love and revere. His name is Gob. Hence, his subjects are often called goblins. Medieval mystics gave a corner of creation one of the cardinal points. To each of the four kingdoms of nature spirits, and because of their earthly character, the gnomes were assigned to the north, the place recognized by the ancients as the source of darkness and death. One of the four main divisions of human disposition was also assigned to the gnomes, and because so many of them dwelt in the darkness of caves and the gloom of forests, their temperament was said to be melancholy, gloomy, and despondent. By that, it is not meant that they themselves are of such disposition, but rather that they have special control over elements of similar consistency. The gnomes marry and have families, and the female gnomes are called nomides. Some wear clothing woven of the element in which they live. In other instances, these garments are part of themselves and grow with them, like the fur of animals. The gnomes are said to have insatiable appetites and to spend a great part of the time eating. But they earn their food by diligent and conscientious labor. Most of them are of a miserly temperament, fond of storing things away in secret places. There is abundant evidence of the fact that small children often see the gnomes. Inasmuch as their contact with the material side of nature is not yet complete, and they still function more or less consciously in the invisible worlds. According to Paracelsus, man lives in the exterior elements, and the elementals live in the interior elements. The latter have dwellings and clothing, manners and customs, languages and governments of their own. In the same sense as the bees have their queens and herds of animals their leaders. Philosophica Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Paracelsus differs somewhat from the Greek mystics concerning the environmental limitations imposed on the nature spirits. The Swiss philosopher constitutes them of subtle invisible ethers. According to this hypothesis, they would be visible only at certain times and only to those in rapport with their ethereal vibrations. The Greeks, on the other hand, apparently believed that many nature spirits had material constitutions capable of functioning in the physical world. Often the recollection of a dream is so vivid that upon awakening, a person actually believes that he has passed through a physical experience. The difficulty of accurately judging as to the end of a physical sight and to the beginning of an ethereal vision may account for these differences in opinion. Even this explanation, however, does not satisfactorily account for the satyr, which, according to Saint Jerome, was captured alive during the reign of Constantine and exhibited to the people. It was of human form with the horns and feet of a goat. After its death, it was preserved in salt and taken to the emperor that he might testify to its reality. It is within the bounds of probability that this curiosity was what modern science knows as a monstrosity. The undines. As the gnomes were limited in their function to the elements of the earth, so the undines, a name given to the family of water elementals, function in the invisible spiritual essence called humid or liquid ether. And its vibratory rate, this is close to the element water. And so the undines are able to control to a great degree the course and function of this fluid in nature. Beauty seems to be the keynote of the water spirits. Wherever we find them pictured in art or sculpture, they abound in symmetry and grace, controlling the water element, which has always been a feminine symbol. It is natural that the water spirits should most often be symbolized as female. There are many groups of undines. Some inhabit waterfalls where they can be seen in the spray. Others are indigenous to swiftly moving rivers. Some have their habitat in dripping, oozing fens or marshes, while other groups dwell in clear mountain lakes. According to the philosophers of antiquity, every fountain had its nymph. Every ocean wave its oceanid. The water spirits were known under such names as Oreids, Nereids, Limenoids, Naiads, water sprites, sea maids, mermaids, and Potamides. Often the water nymphs derive their names from the streams, lakes, or seas which they dwelt. In describing them, the ancients agreed on certain salient features. In general, nearly all the undines closely resembled human beings in appearance and size, though the ones inhabiting small streams and fountains were of correspondingly lesser proportions. It was believed that these water sprites were occasionally capable of assuming the appearance of normal human beings and actually associating with men and women. You jamming?
We'll see you later.
Oh,
Saturday
okay,
night
bye.
later. Well, goodbye. He doesn't have a microphone.
No, Mike.
We got to voice this man.
Here's a picture of one.
Is that one of them? The water spirits?
The water sprite.
I wanted to stop you when you read the line about Gob and the followers of Gob being called Gobelins. I thought that was pretty nifty.
Yeah, interesting. Gobelins. Yeah, this has
I'd like to learn more about Gob.
About Gob?
Yeah, I wonder if people with jobs worship jobs and they could be called Jobelins.
Joblins.
Joblins.
Ooh, that's a good
like
good point.
those people that gotta wake up early in the morning to do their 9 to 5. We could affectionately call them Jobelins.
Joblins.
And then we could thank them for their time and their attention and their value for value donation to the Weaving Spiders Welcome Podcast funds, because we read them to sleep every Wednesday night.
We love reading to you guys. So thanks for listening.
Yeah, man, that's a great book.
Definitely. You want me to continue?
You got 1,000 more pages to read tonight?
I've got the salamanders, the sylphs, SYLPHS, and then general observations. And then it's so 292. There's about 5 pages left.
Right on.
There are many legends about these spirits and their adoption by the families of fishermen. But in nearly every case, the Undines heard the call of the waters and returned to the realm of Neptune, the king of the sea. Practically nothing is known concerning the male Undines. The water spirits did not establish homes in the same way that gnomes did, but lived in coral caves under the ocean or among the reeds growing on the banks of rivers or the shores of lakes. Among the Celts, there is a legend to the effect that Ireland was peopled before the coming of its present inhabitants by a strange race of semi-divine creatures. With the coming of the modern Celts, they retired into the marshes and the fens, where they remain even to this day. Diminutive Undines lived under lily pads and in little houses of moss sprayed by waterfalls. The Undines worked with the vital essences of liquids and plants, animals and human beings, and were present in everything containing water. When seen, the Undines generally resembled the goddesses of Greek statuary. They arose from the water and draped in mist and could not exist very long apart from it. There are many families of Undines, each with its peculiar limitations. It is impossible to consider them here in detail. Their ruler, Nexa, they love and honor and serve untiringly. Their temperament is said to be vital, and to them has been given their throne, the western corner of creation. They are rather emotional beings, friendly to human life and fond of serving mankind. They are sometimes pictured riding on dolphins or other great fish and seem to have a special love of flowers and plants, which they serve almost as devotedly and intelligently as the gnomes. Ancient poets have said that the songs of the Undines were heard in the west wind and that their lives were consecrated to the beautifying of the material earth. The salamanders. The third group of elementals is the salamanders, or spirits of fire, who live in that attenuated spiritual ether, which is the invisible fire element of nature. Without them, material fire cannot exist. A match cannot be struck, nor will flint and steel give off their spark without the assistance of a salamander, who immediately appears. So the medieval mystics believed, evoked by friction, man is unable to communicate successfully with the salamanders, owing to the fiery element in which they dwell, for everything is resolved to ashes that comes into their presence. By specifically prepared compounds of herbs and perfumes, the philosophers of the ancient world manufactured many kinds of incense. When incense was burned, the vapors which arose were especially suitable as a medium for the expression of these elementals, who, by borrowing the ethereal effluvium from the incense smoke, were able to make their presence felt. The salamanders are as varied in their grouping and arrangement as either the Undines or the gnomes. There are many families of them, differing in appearance, size, and dignity. Sometimes the salamanders were visible as small balls of light. Paracelsus says, salamanders have been seen in the shapes of fiery balls, or tongues of fire, running over the fields or peering in houses. That's from Philosophica Occulta, translated by Franz Hartmann. Medieval investigators of the nature spirits were of the opinion that the most common form of salamander was lizard-like in shape, a foot or more in length, and visible as a glowing iridella, twisting and crawling in the midst of the fire. Another group was described as huge flaming giants in flowing robes, protected with sheets of fiery armor. Certain medieval authorities, among them in the Abbé de Villers, held that Zoroaster Zoroaster was the son of Vesta, believed to have been the wife of Noah, and the great salamander Oromasis. Hence, from that time onward, undying fires have been maintained upon the Parisian altars in honor of Zarathustra's flaming father. One most important subdivision of the salamanders was the actinth, actinici. These creatures appeared only as indistinct globes. They were supposed to float over water at night and occasionally to appear as forks of flame on the masts and rigging of ships. St. Elmo's fire. The salamanders were the strongest and most powerful of the elements, and had as their ruler a magnificent flaming spirit called Jin, D-J-I-N. Terrible and awe-inspiring in appearance. The salamanders were dangerous, and the sages were warned to keep away from them, as the benefits derived from studying them were often not commensurate with the price paid. As the ancients associated heat with the south, this corner of creation was assigned to the salamanders as their throne, and they exerted special influence over all beings of fiery or tempestuous temperament. In both animals and men, the salamanders work through the emotional nature by means of the body heat, the liver, and the bloodstream. Without their assistance, there would be no warmth. The sylphs. While the sages said that the fourth class of elementals, or sylphs, lived in the element of air, they meant by this not the natural atmosphere of the earth, but the invisible, intangible spirit medium, an ethereal substance similar in composition to our atmosphere, but far more subtle. In the last discourse of Socrates, as preserved by Plato in his Phaedo, and the condemned philosopher says, and upon the earth are animals and men, some in a middle region, others, elementals, dwelling about the air as we dwell about the sea, others on islands, which the air flows round. Near the continent, and in a word, the air is used by them as the water and the sea are used by us. And the ether is to them what the air is to us. Moreover, the temperament of their seasons is such that they have no disease. Paracelsus disputes this. And to live much longer than we do, and have sight and hearing and smell, and all the other senses in far greater perfection, in the same degree that air is purer than water, or that the ether than air. Also, they have temples and sacred places in which the gods really dwell, and they hear their voices and receive their answers, and are conscious of them and hold converse with them, and they see the sun, moon, and stars as they really are. And their other blessedness is of a piece with this. While the sylphs were believed to live among the clouds and in the surrounding air, their true home was upon the tops of mountains. In his editorial notes to the occult sciences of Salvaterre, Anthony Todd Thompson says, the fays and the fairies are evidently of Scandinavian origin, although the name fairy is supposed to be derived from, or rather is a modification of the Parisian Peri, an imaginary benevolent being whose province it was to guard men from the maledictions of evil spirits. But with more probability, it may be referred to as the Gothic fagur, as the term elves is from alpha. The general appellation for the whole tribe. If this derivation of the name of fairy be admitted, we may date the commencement of the popular belief in British fairies to the period of the Danish conquest. They were supposed to be diminutive aerial beings, beautiful, lively, and beneficent in their intercourse with mortals, inhabiting a region called Fairyland, Alfhener, commonly appearing on Earth at intervals. When they left traces of their visits in beautiful green rings, where the dewy sward had been trodden in their moonlight dances. That's the grass, the dewy sward. To the sylphs, the ancients gave the labor of modeling the snowflakes and gathering clouds. This latter they accomplished with the cooperation of the undines who supplied the moisture. The winds were their particular vehicle, and the ancients referred to them as the spirits of the air. They are the highest of all the elements, their native element being the highest in vibratory rate. They live hundreds of years, often attaining to 1,000 years, and never seeming to grow old. The leader of the sylphs is called Paralada.
Paralada, the spirit of the air. Look at this artwork here. Do you see this one? Spirit of the air.
Beautiful.
You are all hereby welcome to the ceremony of exaltation of the ordinary. We've been expecting you. Spirit of the air. There it is.
Beautiful.
Jump from a cloud.
Paralada. Paralda. Paralada. It is believed that the sylphs, salamanders, and nymphs had much to do with the oracles of the ancients. That, in fact, they were the ones who spoke from the depths of the earth and from the air above. The sylphs sometimes assume human form, but apparently for only short periods of time. Their size varies, but in the majority of cases, they are no larger than human beings and often considerably smaller. It is said that the sylphs have accepted human beings into their communities and have permitted them to live there for a considerable period. In fact, Paracelsus wrote of such an incident, but of course it could not have occurred while the human stranger was in his physical body. By some, the muses of the Greeks are believed to have been sylphs, for these spirits are said to gather around the mind of the dreamer, the poet, and the artist, and inspire him with their intimate knowledge of the beauties and the workings of nature. To the sylphs were given the eastern corner of creation. Their temperament is mirthful, changeable, and eccentric. The peculiar qualities common to men of genius are supposedly the result of the cooperation of sylphs, whose aid also brings with it the sylphic inconsistency. The sylphs labor with the gases of the human body and indirectly with the nervous system, where their inconsistency is again apparent. They have no fixed domicile, but wander about from place to place. Elemental nomads, invisible but ever-present powers in the intelligent activity of the universe. And then another 2 pages of general observations, if you want me to finish the chapter. Certain of the ancients, differing with Paracelsus, shared the opinion that the elemental kingdoms were capable of waging war upon one another, and they recognized in the battlings of the elements disagreements among these kingdoms of nature spirits. When lightning struck a rock and splintered it, they believed that the salamanders were attacking the gnomes. As they could not attack one another on the plane of their own peculiar etheric essences, owing to the fact that there was no vibratory correspondence between the four ethers of which these kingdoms are composed. They had to attack through a common denominator, namely the material substance of physical universe over which they had a certain amount of power. Wars were also fought within the groups themselves. One army of gnomes would rather attack another army. One army of gnomes would attack another army, and civil war would be rife among them. Philosophers of long ago solved the problems of nature's apparent inconsistencies by individualizing and personifying all its forces, crediting them with having temperaments not unlike the human, and then expecting them to exhibit typical human inconsistencies. The four fixed signs of the zodiac were assigned to the four kingdoms of elementals. The gnomes were said to be of the nature of Taurus, the undines of the nature of Scorpio, the salamanders exemplified the constitution of Leo, while the sylphs manipulated the emanations of Aquarius. The Christian church gathered all the elemental entities together under the title of demon. This is a misnomer with far-reaching consequences. For to the average mind, the word demon means an evil thing, and the nature spirits, essentially, no more malevolent than are the minerals, plants, and animals. Many of the early church fathers asserted that they had met and debated with the elementals. As already stated, the nature spirits are without hope of immortality, although some philosophers have maintained that in isolated cases, immortality was conferred upon them by adepts and initiates who understood certain subtle principles of the invisible worlds. As disintegration takes place in the physical world, so it takes place in the ethereal counterpart of physical substance. Under normal conditions at death, a nature spirit is merely resolved back into the transparent primary essence from which it was originally individualized. Whether evolutionary growth is recorded solely in the consciousness of that primary essence or element, and not in the temporarily individualized entity of the elemental. Being without man's compound organism and lacking his spiritual and intellectual vehicles, the nature spirits are subhuman in their rational intelligence, but from their functions, limited to one element, has resulted in a specialized type of intelligence far ahead of man in those lines of research peculiar to the element in which they exist. The terms incubus and succubus have been applied indiscriminately by the church fathers to elementals. The incubus and succubus, however, are evil and unnatural creations, whereas elementals is a collective term for all the inhabitants of the four elemental essences. According to Paracelsus, the incubus and succubus, which are male and female respectively, are parasitical creatures subsisting upon the evil thoughts and emotions of the astral body. These terms are also applied to the superphysical organisms of sorcerers and black magicians. While these larvae are in no sense imaginary beings, they are nevertheless the offspring of the imagination. By the ancient sages, they were recognized as the invisible cause of vice because they hover in the ethers surrounding the morally weak and continually incite them to excesses of a degrading nature. For this reason, they frequent the atmosphere of the dope den, the dive, and the brothel, where they attach themselves to those unfortunates who have given themselves up to iniquity. By permitting his senses to become deadened through indulgence in habit-forming drugs or alcoholic stimulants, the individual becomes temporarily en rapport with these denizens of the astral plane. The Horus seen by the hashish or opium addict, and the lurid monsters which torment the victim of delirium tremens are the examples of submundane beings, visible only to those whose evil practices are the magnet for their attraction. Differing wildly from the elementals and also the incubus and succubus is the vampire, which is defined by Paracelsus as the astral body of a person, either living or dead, usually the latter state. The vampire seeks to prolong existence upon the physical plane by robbing the living of their vital energies and misappropriating such energies to its dark ends. In his De Ent Spiritali, Paracelsus writes thus of these malignant beings: a healthy and pure person cannot become obsessed by them, because such larvae can only act upon men of the latter because such larvae can only act upon men if the latter make room for them in their minds. A healthy mind is a castle that cannot be invaded without the will of its master. If they are allowed to enter, they excite the passions of men and women. They create cravings in them. They produce bad thoughts, which act injuriously upon the brain. They sharpen the animal intellect and suffocate the moral sense. Evil spirits obsess only in those human beings in whom the animal nature is predominating. Minds that are illuminated by the spirit of truth cannot be possessed. Only those who are habitually guided by their own lower impulses may become subjected to their influences. See Paracelsus by Franz Hartmann. A strange concept, and one somewhat at variance with the conventional, is that evolved by the Count de Gabalas concerning the Immaculate Conception, namely that it represents the union of a human being with an elemental. Among the offspring of such unions, he lists Hercules, Achilles, Aeneas,
Ananias.
Aeneas, Theseus,
Ananias.
Melchizedek, the divine Plato, Apollonius of Tyana, and Merlin the magician. End of chapter 23.
That was dope.
Yeah.
Wow. Some good bits of
Thanks, man.
information there. I like the effluvium talk.
Mhm.
That always gets me going. Like the nomics and the gnomic genomic, right? The keeper of the source of life in trees and these little gnome creatures.
There's a salamander.
Salamander. Yep, let me stop my screen share. We'll see you on the full screen there. Yeah, these wood block cut prints, what do you call them? Yeah, like wood cut, you carve into wood and then you put the ink on it. I see.
And then there's an undine. Looks like a mermaid.
Echidna status for sure with the horns.
Are those horns or ears?
Like ears.
Her ears prick up
Ears?
and she's attentive.
She have a little crab in her hand.
Maybe a lobster,
Fish.
a crustacean.
Could be, something like that.
Mhm.
Interesting. Yeah, this is definitely a interesting book.
Nice.
I'm meaning to dig into it. There they are on the cover.
Mhm.
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
It's a soft cover, a flexible book, and beautiful paper.
Classic.
How many pages is that?
I can look. Well, there's an index.
Mm-hmm.
The very last page of the index is 676.
Mm. Incredible. I know what I'm going to dream about tonight.
Denizens of the deep. Denizens.
Manly Palmer. Manly P. Palmer. Manly Halmer. Halmer P. Palmer. The Torch.
I used to do I did a few episodes on my James Maiden YouTube channel called The Manly P. Hall Pass, where I was reading from Manly P. Hall.
Wow. I like that one.
It was pretty fun
Mm-hmm.
to get back into that.
Glorious.
That's very good.
Eve Sauce was there. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
Manly P. Hall Pass.
Yeah.
This image came up. This woman. She's a tree, maybe.
Beautiful. Oh, wow.
I was practicing my screen share here. See if I got everything. Trying to figure this out. Get some software updates coming through here. And oh, this was a fun one. Trying to stack my windows appropriately to share them. Did you see this artwork here?
Nice.
Hey, Spud. Listen closely.
That's awesome.
The art credit to the artist is where it needs to go. The guy, the people who just put text over art are just memers, and dreamers. It all comes together in some interesting way. And if we can promote ourselves and the artist at the same time, then we all benefit. I think I had one more thing to share before I say goodnight, everybody. Just kind of sharing what I've been working on. If I can find it. I get so many windows open and I'm like, where is that one thing that I'm looking for? I'll share this one again. We do have a Saturday night event planned. It's one big Hoppy family, Weaving Spiders Welcome Easter reunion on Sunday. Well, it starts on Saturday. So if you catch the stream from Saturday to Sunday, it will be a hair-raising event for sure. So Jesus wept because you didn't plan ahead to attend the Easter reunion, and we want to see all the spiders reunited for this very special April 17th Saturday night event.
Tune in the show on your bunny ear antennas. For sure.
Absolutely. What else have we got here? I'm just testing some of these pieces of art. I know that Zoom will appear on the bottom right, and then on the top right will be a little camera, a little video box. So I'm trying to present these images, these moving images and motion graphics without them being covered. And that blue Easter reunion thing has some of the text covered because it's aligned to the right. So I need to remember to keep my text on the left so it's not covered by a Zoom window. I think it might be changes if it goes full screen. Just practicing the screen share here. One more thing. Let's see. We can go full screen on this. How does this look? A full green screen.
I see a couple
And
of
wait.
boxes.
I'm trying to see where we see the text. Let's play it. This is a message to our dear star seedlings. I rewind the video. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, we're seeing everything on the screen here. Okay. So this says, Dear Star Seedlings. Now, this is our ongoing effort to preserve language. The language preservation efforts have never been more important. Wait till you read this one here. It says a teeny tiny inclusive language thing that I can't read that part because Jim's face in the way. If I can move that down to there. Okay. A teeny tiny inclusive language thing I've tried to get better at this past year is avoiding northernmost hemispherical, play that video, specific seasonal terminologicalese. So instead of this autumnal, I say the renamed moon periods, or like Q3 pronounced queer 3, because it might be that season for me, but not that season for every tree. So we can try that one again, see how that plays for the audience here. Dear star seedlings, a teeny tiny inclusive language thing that I've tried to get better at this past year is avoiding northernmost hemispherical specific seasonal terminological leads. So instead of this autumnal, I say the renamed moon periods, or like Q3 pronounced queer 3, because it might be that season for me, but not that season for every tree. How does that play for you?
Looks pretty good. More. There was just a lower left hand or lower right hand corner gray spot, and then tiny one across the top.
Yeah, the bleed through areas. I need to kind of just maybe center things more. Yeah, and the gray zoom windows kind of cover things up a little bit. So we're improving the production quality a little bit each episode, moving towards I don't know what it's a moving goalpost, I think, for a lot of us. And we won't know until it's in the rearview window that we accomplished that great work together.
Yeah, we're trying to vibrate towards perfection, but then once we reach it, we disappear.
I think I'm just trying to vibrate towards entertainment and fun times and the party atmosphere.
Well,
because if we're not having fun and enjoying the learning and creating experience, then the family doesn't want to reunite for the Easter reunion, where we all show off our spring haircuts. Maybe.
Oh, spring haircuts.
People have asked if they could receive clippings of this.
Are we shaving our beards off for spring?
There's a lot. We have a lot of ideas, and the ideas that receive the comments and the feedback and gain the traction are the ideas that move us forward.
We've been together for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You'd say he's grown on me.
Yeah. That is true. It's about that time.
For sticking with it with us, Gabriel.
Oh yeah, brother. Let's pick back up where you left off on that one if you can remember next week.
Absolutely.
Put a bookmark in it.
Yeah,
man.
Chapter 23.
What page number?
My lucky number.
Nice.
Put a page number in the comments if we remember where you left off.
I can check now.
Mm-hmm.
I love hearing about Paracelsus. He was a eunuch, and he invented holistic medicine, and he had a whole less dick.
You are on a ball tonight. Maybe two of them, or none of them. How many?
The pen is my tier.
Yeah, page 293. That's a good number. That's a good number.
Well, we love you guys.
We do.
Yes.
We will see you on Saturday
Be ready.
or Sunday
Yeah.
if you're
Can't
in
wait.
Australia.
Can't wait to weave. I'll try to whip up a few comments, reactions, testimonies.
Invite your Gothic freak friends to let their Gothic freak flag flies, and maybe Zanoni fans will want to show up. And
Yes.
I was happy that Zanoni popped up in the reading today on Manly P. Hall.
that's two Zanonis. Can we get three Zanonis to say